Freedom Riders. Good evening, everybody. Today is April the 6th, 2021. The time is 5:34. Hope everyone is having a blessed week so far. We got a ways to go, but so far so good, at least from my vantage point. I wanted to tell you all that I had a wonderful weekend. I had to go back down south. I decided to take a bit of a detour, and I went to Alabama, Montgomery. I see Commissioner Adams is shaking his head, so it looks to me like maybe he's been there. I have never, in all my years of being a civil rights lawyer, I've never been to Montgomery, Alabama. Been to a lot of spots along what I would call the freedom journey, but I'd never been to Montgomery. If you haven't been there, Commissioner Adams obviously looks like he could tell you a few stories. You ought to go. It is an absolutely amazing, Commissioner Clark, I see you nodding your head, absolutely amazing concentration of hotbed of freedom activity from the 50s and 60s. Absolutely amazing. There's just so many places to see. I'm wearing a t-shirt from, I don't know if you've ever been to the Freedom Riders Museum. It's a small little thing, but in that small little space, there's so much powerful history about what people can do if they just put their minds to it. So the reason why I'm mentioning that, and I know we have a lot to accomplish today, and I apologize for the brief interruption, but we think we have difficult tasks ahead of us, and we got some good news in terms of the budget. But when you look at what those folks did and the few resources that they had, there is no doubt in my mind, and I know for many of you, you feel the same way, that we can accomplish even more. What they were able to accomplish just with sweat and spirit, we have resources. We certainly have resources now. We have good minds, and we definitely have spirit. So I wanted to begin this meeting by saying my spirit has been renewed by what I saw, it seems that other views have seen, and we can do this. We can absolutely positively do it. If they could do it, we absolutely can. So without further ado, I'm told by our clerk that there are no speakers today. That we will therefore go right to the business of the board. The most important work at this particular time of year is the budget. And so with that having been said, I turn the gavel over to Commissioner LeBron.
Thank you, President White. And I'm just going to start off by explaining a little bit to everyone here and to the public what to expect tonight in the deliberation. So this year's deliberation, it certainly looks, again, very different from 2 years ago. Last year, we were over Zoom as well because of the pandemic. But this year, we are going to be covering in tonight's deliberation, operations and maintenance and transportation, general support, communications, IT and legal, budget and debt services, HC and employee benefits. And if you're looking or happen to be looking at the budget, which is at rcsd.org/budget, you can find a copy of this draft that we're going to be looking at tonight and discussing. This is sections 7 and sections 5 for General Counsel Communications and Intergovernmental Affairs and Deputy Superintendent of Support and Services budget in section 7. So with that, to this year, administration has asked to do some presentations. So they will be giving some very brief presentations on those subjects. And then the board, we will be doing round robin style. So I will be calling on each board member to ask questions, and we'll keep going around and around until all board members' questions have been answered, as well as my parent rep for the Finance Committee, Rebecca, who is joining us as well. So you will see her ask some questions as well and be a part of the deliberation sessions this year. So with that said, I believe transportation is up first. So that is Mike. So Kali, are you ready? Thank you. Mike, the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening, everyone. President White, Vice President Elliott, Finance Chair LeBron, it's really an honor to be here this evening. Real briefly, I'm going to be the first person off here, so setting the bar very high for the brevity of our PowerPoints. I start first with our operational budgets, and I'd be remiss by not recognizing certainly our leadership team here, Tom Case, Jim Shepard, Wayne Kittleberger, Stephanie Morrell, Vandalea Akine, David Brown, Aaron Groutman, and the literally dozens, if not dozens of members of Bente and ASAR that work behind the scenes to support all of our schools and have been doing so since the start of COVID. there are four primary areas within our operations team, and I'm just really going to touch on a couple things here this evening, a couple of high points. First of all, we are very enthusiastic in regards to getting back to our success in food services. We are planning on a full operation starting in September. I highlighted here a couple of menu options that we're going to certainly focus on. One area is to make sure that we really emphasize the bringing back of our locally sourced produce, fresh fruits and vegetables, salad bars, and so forth. And then some other menu entree items that we really hope our students will work with. And one of the other key pieces is to get some more student input on the front end of this as we approach next year. But really, we're going back to our systems being what they were prior to COVID. Our next area is and I focus here. Once again, all this is our operations team. Really, is our purpose to make sure that we are in alignment with our strategic plan, and also the fiscal the state monitors financial and academic plans, and the operations part really very much support that. I want to transfer now to safety and security. This is another area where we are looking for a really change of culture. COVID a bit, put aside some of the initiatives that we had planned on starting last August. We're really going to be a team that focuses on first of all, training primarily. We're going to have an awful lot of new staff members in a variety of new positions around the district. Certainly the restorative practices, which is a primary focus of our district and our community, and then our crisis intervention. I don't think there's anyone who would doubt that what our students have been through over the last almost 14 months now has brought an awful lot of more crisis and trauma to our community. And I think we need to be there when we are fully operational in the fall, ready to intervene and make sure that we provide a positive learning environment, and once again support the academic plans. We also want to make sure we upgrade our technology. I think that part of it really will be able to support many of the other areas there. So while we'll be able to use technology, so we can put our human resources in other positive or more prominent areas across the building. So I think that's another key area for us. Moving now to our facilities and maintenance. I think we have been at the forefront really in terms of making sure that our facilities have transitioned, not only starting with last year with March 13th, but all the necessary work at the beginning of COVID, the transitions, periodic transitions during the fall, and then certainly with our multiple openings here in the spring. And that goes from everything from actually primarily the cleaning of the buildings on a nightly basis, the larger set of cleanings on Wednesdays and Saturdays that we're doing, supporting testing and vaccination clinics that we're doing across the community. So I think that's really a key piece, and you're just putting them some more. One of the things that Dr. Jallo has really stressed to us is being able to provide more review areas and more systems in terms of bringing that. So we're going to bring more of that to our custodial ranks. In terms of our maintenance, I think we've really been recognized across the state for the quality of our facilities, and we have a wide range of age in those facilities. But one thing that Tom Case, Matt Seeger, and Joe Griffin really take pride in is what we're able to do on a daily basis. I think our two primary focuses here really are on ventilation. We know we've done a really good job about transitioning that. Now we want to talk more about monitoring and make sure that we really upgrade our systems across the district to kind of match that, because now we set that standard. And I think the second thing is an energy performance contract, which is going to save the district millions of dollars over a period of time. It's got two primary areas of focus. One, LED lighting across the district, which will save us a tremendous amount of money. And then the second piece is a bringing in of solar. And we have several buildings that would be eligible to have solar power be involved on those campuses. And now the state is aiding those initiatives. So we're going to be at the front end or the forward part of that thinking, and that's going to start really in late spring, early summer in terms of that transition. And then finally, in terms of transportation, one of the areas that we often spend a lot of time discussing, we believe that one of the primary successes that we're really looking forward to is competition. Competition, as we know, in any entrepreneurial environment, improves service, improves quality, and brings down costs. So, we have another transportation provider coming into the area. We'll have the largest number of students riding yellow bus service that we've had certainly in an awful long time in this community. It's been received with very high acclaim so far in the different parent meetings that we've been involved in. Right now, all of our students are currently riding yellow buses and during this COVID time, and we've had virtually no issues in terms of transportation in this current environment. In my world, though, you always knock on wood because you're always as good as the next day of service. But we certainly are excited about that. We are forecasting about a $1.5 million in savings in the initial year of that contract, and we will, since our contract in this area for our secondary with RTS and with our new provider Ontario are both one-year agreements. We'll be evaluating those, and then hopefully coming back with a longer-term solution for all of you to evaluate much later in the 21-22 school year. And then finally, the last item to my portfolio is, it's really an honor to have them join our team, is Aaron Groutman in the nursing program. Right now, we are ramping up for full services once again in the fall. I don't think any group really has put themselves more on the line in terms of working directly with students in our reopening process than our nurses. And they've been out working, involved, whether it's been involved in testing or all sorts of areas, and they really demonstrate what that service model looks like. So really excited to have them be part of the team. And I think the closing thought I would have is, in the operations world, we're all about support and positive culture. And I think our team has really led that effort in a whole variety of areas across the district. And it's an honor to be a part of the team. And I can now pause and answer any specific questions, or if I can't answer them this evening, we'll certainly turn the answers around in a quick amount of time.
All right, thank you, Mike. Anybody have questions on this section or this presentation? Nobody has questions on operations, maintenance, and transportation? Oh, Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. I just want to thank Mike for making the move into solar. And, it's been a conversation for many years on the board. Perhaps finally solar has reached that point where it's cost effective and the funding resources are there for it. But it's something I know that boards past and present have wanted to see us do for a very long time. So thank you.
You're very welcome. We're excited with any energy performance contract. We're always cautious about the results that we're going to obtain. But I think as you said, I think the market is now right for us to move into that environment, and we're excited to do so.
President White?
Yeah, since we're giving out thanks, Mike, I have one to share with you. You use the word competition. I think have been around long enough to know that I was very frustrated many years ago with the RFP process for the what resulted in the RGRTA contract. Not that they haven't provided us a valuable service, but you may recall I was even trying to see if there were other vendors available. I just want to say thank you for introducing probably as best you could, when you could, the concept of competition. We spend a lot of money, and I think sometimes the thought is, well, it's reimbursable, but we should have always, in this country, but particularly in this district where we're looking to save money, we should always introduce competition. And I'm glad to see that you've done that. So I just wanted to say thank you. And I feel very confident that I'm saying that on behalf of the entire board. So thank you for that, Mike.
With our forecast of about a $1.5 million savings, even with our 90% reimbursement, that $150,000 can go a long way to doing an awful lot of other positive impacts across the district.
Thanks.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I wanted to reiterate what President White said. In seeing that we brought in another vendor from out of the county that can provide services more competitive than in the county, hopefully that will cause the other providers to go back to the drawing board and maybe increase those savings from their contracts also.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from any of the board members before I start asking questions? All right. Okay, so first and foremost, Mike, the presentation that you just gave on the food services piece, you made a comment that we'll be able to go back to where we were pre-COVID. And I just want to be very clear for the record that I am not interested in this district going back to where we were with food services pre-COVID. And I wholeheartedly am interested in fully changing the way that food services is rolled out in the district. And I've said this before, as you all know, I don't pack food for my kids, so she has to endure the same thing that other kids have to endure, and it has not been a easy year this year. I will say it like that. So I just want to put that on the record around food services. And I'm also interested in that we're not asking you to move mountains and not providing the financial support that's going to be necessary to make those changes. So I just want to uplift that I'm not asking you to like make all these changes without having the proper support. But ultimately, food and nutrition is just as equally as important to our kids as the social emotional piece and the academic piece, and it all fits together like a puzzle. I do want to ask about the cuts in the bus drivers. And for those who may not be aware, we all did receive an email from Dan from Bente asking about those permanent cuts. And I did not have a chance to reply because I was also not clear if those cuts were an indication to the contract with Ontario. And then that led me down the path of trying to understand a cost analysis according to his email. And I'm positive that he's done his homework on these numbers. We're not actually saving by going down this path. So I don't know, Mike, if you can speak to that piece where these cuts are coming from and if it's related to the Ontario contract and whether it is a financial savings to the district or not.
So I think, and just taking half a step back, I do apologize. I really want to talk about in food service, like going to our really positive looking forward. And I hope I didn't misspeak when I made that point earlier. In regards to the transportation, we're not actually, right now that the thought on the table is we have a consistent number of vacancies in that line. The competition for drivers across the country is incredibly challenging. And, I think, and that's one, I think one right now we've been evaluating a number of different areas in terms of our staffing. And then, Dan, Mr. DiClemente and I've also had that conversation. And I think it's important to us to state publicly that we're going to go back and look at those vacancies and, reevaluate what our position is right now. I think the transportation industry it'd be probably a little bit too lengthy to go too much into detail, but certainly if the market cost for a driver is what it is, and if our current rates don't line up right now with the market cost of the driver, then it's very difficult to fill those positions. So I think that really is what it comes back around to, but I think it's a much larger conversation that we can certainly have, and I can provide a follow-up if we need to in the question mark.
Yeah, so I do want us to have a larger conversation around it because I think the concern is that if we have passed budgets with vacancies before and no dollar amounts assigned, but the vacant position left in the budget itself. And I think the concern is that if we eliminate the position and then we have a need, that it's a different process to bring those positions back into the budget fold. So I am interested in having that conversation, but this is directly tied to this budget, which we're in the deliberations of now. So I think I will perhaps alert the superintendent that this will be an area of interest for us to have further discussions before the budget is voted on. And I, in my final memo, will do concerns that we still have, but obviously this is still a negotiations piece. And I don't know where the rest of my board colleagues are at on it, but I do certainly share concerns around eliminating positions that are vacant anyway and not budgeted for, and leaving them there in case we need to replace those versus completely eliminating and then having to go through an additional lengthy process to add those positions back. So I see Commissioner Powell has her hand up.
Thank you. Mike, on the school lunch question, we currently have $3 million in assigned fund balance The presumption was we were going to need that in the next fiscal year, which is the one we're talking about. But the balance being brought forward in appropriating funds does not include the lunch fund. As far as I can tell, the balance being brought forward ties directly to the transportation and the CARES Act fund balances. Are we assuming that we're going to have sufficient funds with other revenue streams, and that the 3 million currently in fund balance will be released to unassigned?
I think I'll allow Carlene to handle the more broader fund balance part of that question. What I can speak to in regards to food service is, you know, the metrics of food service certainly haven't changed. The less students that we have in the buildings, the less reimbursement we have for the number of meals, which obviously then increases our or damages our fiscal model in terms of the food service delivery. We are really very much, with all the positive momentum in terms of vaccinations and everything that we're hearing across our community, with more and more students being encouraged to come back to school in the fall. We really believe that our numbers will increase, and that we will have a much more fiscally sustainable model that we'll be able to put in place in the fall. Will it be whole like when we were fully enrolled? Difficult to tell right now, but we certainly will need to have that conversation over the course of the next couple of months. So we do set aside resources to cover a possible deficit next year if our enrollment numbers do not return to what they were prior to COVID. And I'll let Carlene kind of handle the different fund balance conversations.
Thanks, Mike. So consistent with what had happened in 1920 and now in 2021, the appropriation that was put aside is preparing for the possibility of the need being there in 21-22. And so we, instead of trying to find it within our regular budget and having to make cuts like we did this year in order to cover the deficit, we wanted to prepare for it ahead of time. So that's why it was put aside. Again, all of the budget numbers for 21-22 are absolutely based on an in-person instruction model. And so therefore, if we do end up hybrid again, chances are likely, as Mike is saying, that we may have to, we will recognize a lack of participation again, in which case we could have a need for that money. So is there anything else on that?
So let me just do some active listening here. You're saying that the current $3 million in assigned fund balance you're proposing will stay there through 21-22.
Yes, if it's not needed, because this year, as you may recall, back in November, we had to find $18.9 million in reductions. And so we wanted to make sure that this year, should a shortfall occur, which was projected at that time to be about $3 million, that we absolutely would tie that back in and we would not have to find $3 million worth of reductions in the general fund.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Are there any other questions in regards to operations, maintenance, or transportation? I have one final question, Mike, and this is both for you, the superintendent, and Carlene, because I just wanted to understand when I was going through the budget, the lens that I should be looking at it. I know that right now we still have the 6 feet rule because of the pandemic, but is this budget budgeted from a hybrid model, fully in person? And there are conversations that the governor may be releasing within this week, new guidelines for the state that kind of align more with the CDC, which is the 3 feet rule. So can you clarify how we should be viewing this budget? Are we anticipating everybody back or just portions of students?
The budget in all of the departments that I lead is based upon all students returning to all schools 5 days a week for the standard amount of time. That way, we are ensured to be able to cover any possible scenario that may present itself to us next year. So as you look at that, that's the lens that you should take.
Thank you, Rebecca. Oh, I'm sorry.
If you just don't mind, I'd like to add, Commissioner LeBron, under the leadership of Deputy Martinez Davis and Michael, They are meeting right now with different stakeholder groups to talk about what the school year would look like. We are building contingency plans. We do recognize that there is more than likely information that will come out, providing some more clarity. But we really want to ensure that we look at what school would look like at 6 feet, if that stayed intact, at 3 feet, or obviously if things go completely back to normal, that we would just go back to the normal course of business. But focus groups start tomorrow with different stakeholder groups. So we'll be able to provide updates soon about that for the board as well as our internal and external stakeholders.
Thank you, Dr. Myers-Smalls. Rebecca, see your hand up.
Thank you. For transportation, I am having a little bit of trouble writing the numbers just because there's such a range between what is proposed and what is budgeted, and then the amended budgets. They just seem to range. I know we talked a little bit about how it was going to be affected that we had so little transportation this year.
Right.
Can you explain a little bit more about the agreement that you've made with this other company and how any other ramifications and how to deal with this range?
So I think some of the anomalies, and I'm not sure, Ms. Harrington, where you're looking actually in the budget book itself, but I think some of the anomalies in the book are due to the ending of service in the 1920 school year, which obviously causes a significant reduction in the actual expenditure, the not having service for the first several months of this school year. So I think that's when some of the percentages really aren't lining up. I think that's where I think that maybe where some of the anomalies are. If you give me a specific year, maybe in a question log, I can answer that part I think more directly. In terms of the Ontario contract, we have a placeholder for about, we basically budgeted about $12 million for transportation for our students in grade 7 through 12. And in that, from that number of 12 million for that piece of work, and I think that's how you have to look in the transportation world, every segment has its own piece of work, so to speak. So for that block, for that piece of work, we're gonna see at least $1.5 million reduction in that area. Other decisions drive other efficiencies, which drive other savings, but we can be very concrete around that budget item going from 12 million to 10.5, and that's mainly based on the contract. And I'd be really remiss. The word I mean, there's a team effort in everything that we do here. So, but I think that part was really where we'll see direct savings in that particular area of work. And if you have a follow-up question, I'd be more than happy to provide a little more clarity on a specific budget line.
I think I may just be getting a little confused by the titles of things. So in particular, section 4, page 3, where it talks about contract transportation, the proposed is a little over 70 million. So I don't know how it works in with the 12 million. And then all of the union contracts right now are in negotiation. So how is this all feeding?
So,
I know it's a big question.
No, not at all. It's so the $12 million that I referenced is within that 70. It's already embedded in that $70 million number. And when we budget, as I said earlier, we budgeted for this coming school year. We take into account any contractual increases that a provider may have, or the possibility of a contractual increase within our own organization. So it's not so tight that we could not account for that, especially knowing that we have several bargaining units that are still out in negotiations. And I think I really would want to recognize Carlene in that as well, because that is really across the board. It's not just isolated only to transportation. And I think that, so hopefully that provides a little bit more clarity, but definitely the 1920 and the 2021 years really don't line up. It's probably much more apples to apples to look at the 18-19 in comparison to the 21-22. That'll provide not only you, but the actual community in regards to more realistic look at how our transportation compares in terms of our budgeting and then implementation.
Rebecca, does that answer your question? Okay. So if there are no other questions, we're going to move on to the next topic, which is general support, communications, IT, and legal. So Kalia, do you have the presentation? Thank you. And Marisol?
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present the communications budget to you this evening. I wanted to share a little bit of the work that the communications department provides to the district. We provide clear and accurate information to students, families, and staff in the community. We celebrate students, school, and district success, and we have a lot of successes that we enjoy sharing about. We deal with the media and provide website support. We manage the district's website. We do all of the social media work for the district, all of the superintendent's office communications, including the superintendent's weekly message, and any correspondence that she sends throughout the district to all staff and to the community. In addition, we have a Spanish translator that's on our team, and we work very closely with DOME and Principal Ander Colich Montesano Diaz, who work on ensuring that we have equity with all of our translations. So one of the goals of the communications department is to ensure that any time that we are communicating with families, that we do so in an equitable manner, and that it's not just in English and Spanish, but that we are focusing on all of the languages spoken within our district and focusing on the primary languages, which are Nepali, Somali, and Arabic. So thank you to all of our partners on that end of it. In addition, part of my role includes intergovernmental affairs for the district. I serve as the liaison to the Board of Education. And I also serve as the main conduit between the superintendent and local, state, and federal elected officials on a variety of issues, including legislation, funding, and academic success. We're very excited that the New York State budget has passed. We're very excited about the results there. And so we're thankful to all of our partners for the great results that we've achieved there. The communications department supports the academic, financial, and strategic plan in really looking at how our funds are expended and the support that we provide to all of the departments. This year, I conducted a staffing needs study. I reviewed all of the staff that form part of the communications department. And through that, we actually eliminated a number of positions and created a new position to provide service and support for our technical services unit. The board works very closely with Tom Mohan on my team. You know how hard, how long, how many hours he works. And so one of the areas that we found a specific need was in assistance to Tom and the technical work that he is doing. So that's one of the positions that we're hopeful that you will be approving in the budget. In addition, we've been reviewing and rebidding departmental contracts that fortify overall communication both internally and externally, trying to find savings and ensuring that we provide the best service possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I was waiting for you to finish. We got a little bit of audio feedback issue on your ends, and I thought it was mine, but then I realized it was yours when I saw Commissioner Clark messing with his headphones. I was like, oh, I think it's her mic. So hopefully everybody had an opportunity to hear, but just so you know, Marisol, there was a little bit of weird feedback, but at this time, we'll take questions for general support, communications, IT, and legal. If anybody has any.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but there is a presentation that will be provided by the legal and the IT departments.
Okay, so we want them all to go back to back.
Yep. So I have all the presentations. So I'm going to go with IT next, and then we'll do legal.
Okay.
Just while we're putting up the presentation, I just wanted to clarify a term that Marisol used, and it was DOME, and that represents the Department of Multicultural Education, just for clarity's sake.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The acronyms.
Yes, the acronyms can, we deal with alphabet soup in education, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. All right, Kali, are you ready for IT?
Yep.
And Glenn, you're up.
Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, board commissioners, and our parent representative. My name is Glenn Vandewater. I'm the Chief of Technology that supports information management and technology. Tonight, I have several of my lead managers and director here with me, and I'd like to take an opportunity, starting with Nicole, to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Nicole Klimek. I'm a Senior Information Services Business Analyst.
Hi, Mark Asola. I manage the network infrastructure at the school district.
And Tim Johnson. I'm the Director of Learning Management Systems.
Next slide, please. So I would like to talk a little bit about information management technology and what we do. But before I start, I would really like to recognize the entire information management technology team. During COVID closure, our team really stepped up and provided supports well above and beyond my expectations. They were there day, nights, and weekends, preparing devices, delivering devices, and supporting our families, staff, and students with any kind of help desk and hardware support they may need. As you can see, the devices that we support, we have tens of thousands of devices in the district that is supported by a very robust network. And on the right-hand side, who are we? We have computer operators, database administrators, network admins. These are very specific job titles with very specific responsibilities. These people do not move around. We really rely on us coming together as a team to support the entire infrastructure that we have here in the district. Next slide, please. Engage. How does information management and technology work to provide high quality learning experiences for our students? As you're very much aware about the Chromebooks and Chromeboxes, we also support unlimited data for hotspots. We have engaging software like Zoom, Seesaw, Edpuzzle, Screencastify. We use the Google Suite, the Virtual Academy. Also, how do we go about providing information so that we can work collaboratively and drive decisions to improve student outcomes? You may already be aware that we're looking to replace and modernize our PeopleSoft system, but we've already upgraded our PowerSchool system and continued product enhancements. We've upgraded from SPA to Rock 3D, again, talking about formative data that helps us make data-driven decisions that support our students, and have developed a consent decree dashboard, helping monitor to ensure that we stay in compliance. Next slide, please. Collaborate. Information management technology continually works to build strong community partnerships. Again, the Board of Education is very much aware of all of the philanthropic and governmental partnerships we've developed over the course of COVID closure. And we'll continue to develop those relationships as we move forward into the next school year and we return face-to-face. We want to make sure that we enable the community and family engagement through access points for information and collaboration. And of course, we have our parent portal and parent apps so they can stay engaged with student learning and student activity. Next slide, please. Lead. Information management and technology really fosters dynamic leadership. We think about what the teacher on assignments did and the folks on help desk and the field technicians that supported everything during COVID closure and as we move back to face-to-face, and really supporting those devices as they move back into the physical building. Enabling students and staff to perform to their potential by managing resources. We have online professional development for students, and we have RCSD Learns, which has been a great portal for our whole community. Next slide, please. And lift up. We work to ensure an inclusive, safe learning environment. While our students have been working remotely, we've been filtering content to ensure that they're in a safe learning environment. We monitor the students' Google Drive through Gaggle. We also filter the internet through our Lightspeed and Google Management Consoles. We also have cloud-based filtering. To ensure that our entire environment is safe, we have antivirus software upgraded to Windows 10. We have URL filtering and fully functional disaster recovery. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I really would like to emphasize that information management and technology focuses primarily on customer support. And our customers are our entire school community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn. And then the next presentation is legal, and then we'll take questions. So Commissioner Powell, you'll be up first, and then Rebecca, I see your hand, and President White. So if you can just hold on 1 second, and Commissioner Adams. So that's the order that I see. And we're gonna have legal present, and then I'll start calling on folks. And I did write down the order with the hands up. If you want to take them down or leave them up, that's up to you. Stephen?
Okay, good evening. So the General Counsel's office is what we refer to as law department, legal, all those things. And as a brief overview, Kelly, next slide. Sorry, it's got the fade effect here. I'm not the IT department, so mine's not as concise here. The Office of General Counsel, we serve as a full service law firm, and our only client is the district. So we oversee every facet of legal involvement that the district has, whether it's litigation. We provide legal advice daily on every manner of education, special education. We work very closely with HR. We provide legal advice as far as unions and employment, and keep up to date on all the laws. We help with finance questions when those come up. In addition, we process literally hundreds of contracts for the district every single year, be it grants, the summer school programs, transportation, the CBOs, professional services, all of the things that we need to operate here. We also defend the district in large number of lawsuits, arbitrations, and all other legal proceedings brought against the district. Occasionally, we do initiate lawsuits on behalf of the district, as we did a couple of years ago with some note. We have collections actions going on, trying to seek money back on behalf of the district against individuals who may owe us some money. And some of the other things, we have somebody here who assists all the departments with drafting and reviewing resolutions. That's an ongoing process. And we also manage the long-term hearing process. So what's new for what we started really phasing in 2020 and looking forward to 2022 is managing the district's liability insurance and student accident portfolios. There was formerly somebody in human capital whose sole function was that, and one of our attorneys, our litigation attorney, Allison, and it came from a liability insurance background and was able to transition this work into her portfolio. So that's she works very closely with our brokers and with the various departments to keep our insurance going forward. I serve as the liaison to the board policy committee. We're ambitiously trying to review and update all the policies by 2022. As you know, we were in a consent decree negotiation for some time with Empire Justice Center. We have a large ongoing obligation with them. So one of our attorneys is tasked with overseeing all of that. We just completed an extensive update of the Code of Conduct, which we'll be talking about later on. And the implementation of that going forward is something that we're looking at. And then working very closely with the independent monitor to review all the contracts in the district, resolution processes, and make sure that things are conforming to standards. Those are some of the things that we're really focusing on going forward. Next slide. So in looking at that, in our 2021 budget focus, one of the things that I wanted to do was reduce the footprint of the law department to some degree in order to focus on really the primary core areas. So labor relations has now shifted to under the Office of Human Capital. The new chief there, Dr. Miller, has extensive experience with labor relations. Labor relations used to sit over in human capital. It came over to legal at one point. The superintendent really believed that it belonged more properly under human capital. So I'm a partner with them rather than direct oversight of them, which is working out very well. We also are trying to reduce the overall staff of the department recognizing district's declining revenues, but still trying to focus on providing just the best customer service and representation we can. So we have dedicated attorneys. One does contracts, one does student educational issues, one does special education, and then we have litigation insurance. And then I in essence, handle everything else. Labor and employment is my background, plus whatever other odds and end questions come in. In addition to serving as the board's primary contact and parliamentarian and hanging out with you guys on every Tuesday and some Thursdays. So the budget actions we've taken, though, is to eliminate all outside attorney contracts, except a very small one we have for collections. So we do not rely on outside counsel anymore. We are exclusively in-house. We reduced one associate counsel position. That was the one that I used to occupy to make a significant contribution. We have reduced the professional development and travel budget significantly, leading to an overall reduction in the department of 12.7% from the prior year budget. That's it. I'll take questions when it's my turn.
Thank you, Stephen. I am going to call in the order. And so Commissioner Powell had her hand up first, and then our parent rep, Rebecca.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Mine is a two-part question for Glenn and or Carleen. The PeopleSoft upgrade, can you point me to the page that appears in the budget? And is it funded by the part of the cash capital? I know part two is that I note again that the appropriated fund balance adds up to the Transportation and CARES Act assigned fund balance and did not include the set aside for IT capital projects. So I'm trying to understand where the funding comes from, presumptively from current revenues.
Glenn, would you like me to take that?
Sure. I believe it's cash capital, but you have all the details, Carleen.
Right. So when we originally had made the recommendation on where the appropriation would occur within which particular, whether it was committed, unassigned, et cetera, all of the various areas that we could place the money, at that point in time, we did not know that there would be room within the cash capital account or the H fund to actually fund this endeavor. And so again, being proactive and knowing that there was a need, we had put the money aside. It was not specifically, if you take a look back at the resolution, it was not specifically stated that it would be PeopleSoft. It stated that it would be monies that would be utilized for other capital purposes. We intentionally had left it vague so that if another funding source became available, we would be able to use it for other expenditures as well. So at this point in time, it is in the cash capital account. We're hoping too that underneath the American Rescue Plan, that perhaps this would be a one-time expenditure that would be allowable under that plan. Again, that would just preserve the money within the cash capital account for future years. So it's really, Commissioner Powell, it's more of a timing issue of when we knew things to be. We worked with what we had as fact at the time.
Okay, so what page can I find?
The cash capital account is not in this particular budget document.
Yeah, nor is the capital improvement plan. When are we going to see that?
It's my understanding that it's being readied now for presentation to the board.
I can answer that if you don't mind, Carleen. The document became available this evening, so I will, this afternoon, sorry, so I will send it out this evening electronically. A physical copy will be available for all board members by Friday afternoon. I know we'll probably get it delivered to the board office and then I'll disseminate it to all board members.
Okay, but to summarize, Carleen, because it's part of cash capital, the budget was built around the notion that current year revenues would pay for it. Yes, no?
Can you say that, please, rephrase your question, just say it again.
The total cash capital outlay is listed in the budget, but the appropriation does not include it. is it then safe to assume that the budget was built around the idea that current year revenues would pay for the technology improvements?
No, if I'm understanding your question correctly, it was actually put aside after the 1920 school year. So the 2019-2020 school year is when that money was set aside at the end of that school year and designated to be put towards this project.
Well, I understand that, and that's why it appears as an assigned fund balance in the CAFR, but it isn't part of the total of appropriated funds that's being withdrawn.
That's correct. It's not within the appropriated fund balance. The appropriated fund balance within this budget is for transportation, as well as, I'm sorry.
So where does the cash capital, what is the revenue source for our cash capital?
The cash capital account, again, is the money coming in from the city, the 10 million that would be coming in from the city to go over into the H fund.
But, and that is what's paying for the technology increase, yes?
That is one of the possibilities of the funding sources we have for this particular fund, for this particular project, yes. It's part of that plan. It's part of the H fund.
Which is our capital improvement plan, which we haven't seen. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Rebecca?
Thank you. I was hoping to ask information technology a quick question. Glenn, are you there? Hi.
Hi.
So I was actually just wondering what the teachers are used for in the budget.
Oh, great question. So the teacher on assignments are used for the integration of hardware and software technologies into the classroom. They've been a key component to the help desk support during COVID closure. But when we're not in COVID closure, they do all of the professional development on for incoming staff that needs to be retrained. They integrate themselves. They spend over 90% of their time in the classrooms, helping teachers, again, integrate hardware and software technologies into their daily lesson plans.
Rebecca, does that answer your question? All right, thank you. President White, you're up next, and then Commissioner Adams. I think President White fell off. So Commissioner Adams, and then I'll go to you, Commissioner Clark.
Okay, so this is to Glenn. But students, including my own students, wanted me to shout you out for the replace and repair aspect of your operation. It was above and beyond, and so they insisted that I shout you out, and that's what I'm doing.
I really appreciate that, and that really, you know, I have one of my team members here, Tim Johnson, who's with me, and thank you for recognizing that. Commissioner Adams, that really means a lot. People really did go above and beyond. Thank you, and thank your children, please.
Commissioner Clark, I see President White is back. I'm gonna call on him, and then you can go after him. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner LeBron. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Sorry about that. My computer just decided it wasn't going to participate anymore. So I'm on my phone. A couple quick questions. One, I think, has already been answered to the best you could. Carlene, I know there was some conversation a few meetings ago, maybe a month or two ago. Commissioner Clark was one of the people asking the question, couldn't the cost for redoing Power School, and Glenn, you might be able to answer this, but be funded by the American Rescue Plan? And it sounds to me, Carlene, that you don't have the answer for that just yet, or perhaps I missed that. Could you just briefly answer that?
That's correct. Oh, I'm sorry, Glenn.
I'm sorry, President White, you had mentioned Power School, or did you mean the replacement of PeopleSoft?
PeopleSoft, I'm sorry. Thanks, Glenn.
No problem. I just wanted to make that point of clarity. I'm sorry, Carlene. Please. ahead.
Thanks for doing that. I appreciate it.
No problem.
So we don't have all of the defined usage yet for the American Rescue Plan. It is stated in there, and our understanding is that there is infrastructure improvements, and we have been asked to, directed by the commissioner, to rethink or reimagine how we do business. And it does appear that the money can be used for this type of infrastructure. It specifically references things like HVAC. It does reference technology. So again, we're hopeful that this one-time expenditure can be funded through the American Rescue Plan.
Do you have any idea when that might, you'll get that decision, or you don't know yet? You don't know when you would know?
Actually, it should be very soon. The information that's coming out is stating that we may have information as soon as this month.
So it would be before we pass our budget? Okay, great. Two other quick questions. I'm sorry?
That's the hope, yes.
Oh, okay. Two other quick questions. I just want a point of history. I was around, not in 131 West Broad Street, but I was practicing law against the district several years ago. And I remember the days when they outsourced legal services. It was very expensive and very selective and very arbitrary. I'm glad the district got away from that. I also remember the days where I litigated against the district where they even had a partnership agreement with the City of Rochester's law department. That got very convoluted and was not very good. I must emphasize to our superintendent, please do not go back to those days of outsourcing and working out intermunicipal agreements with the City of Rochester. There are inherent conflicts that make it very difficult. And with respect to outsourcing, it can be very expensive and subject to all kinds of favoritism. So I did want to make that point. And that leads me to my last question, which is, I know, Superintendent, you were planning on doing an audit of the legal department, just sort of an assessment and evaluation. I apologize if that was complete. I've been a little bit distracted as of late. Has that been completed? And if so, if not, will it be completed in time for it to be presented before the budget is made? Or are you proceeding under the notion that we will continue the legal department in this next budget year as it is currently constituted, and then you think you'll have your audit complete sometime in the middle of that academic year, 21-22?
Thanks, President White. That's actually a great question. Actually had an initial meeting a little before break, and Marisol and I actually are going to circle back with Steve to update and go over the information. I'll be able to get back to you relative to a timeline, but it's not, I don't anticipate that the legal department would change for the 21-22 school year.
Thank you very much. Commissioner LeBron, I'm set.
Thank you.
Great.
Commissioner Clark?
Great, thank you. I had a couple of small questions. First with Glenn and IT. I know that, and I want to say kudos also on preparing those 26,000 Chromebooks for the students and the parents to make sure that they were available. And my question is, as we move to the 2021-22 school year, my assumption is that those will be gathered and resold for whatever salvage. And that was the only question I had there. But also I had a question for Steve also on legal. And actually it was a couple of questions. The first question was, I noticed that there was a significant reduction in the salary lines for legal. And you indicated the Office of Labor Relations were transferred to HR, Human Capital. Were those costs also transferred to Human Capital? And looking at the great amount of work that you have ahead of you, I still noticed that there was a significant increase in the salary line there, which was a reduction of an FTE. And just wanted to say, thanks for working that through and making sure that we met the goal of the reduction.
I'm muted. Steve, would you like me to go first? Okay, great. So with the 26,000 Chromebooks that we deployed to students' homes, as we move back to face-to-face instruction, we're going to need to decide as an executive team as to which grade levels we're going to allow students to continue to carry their Chromebooks to and from school. Prior to COVID closure, we were only in grades 9 through 12. Of course, we dropped down grade level bands as we closed schools and received some philanthropic donations so that we could buy additional devices. One of the problems, well, theoretically and philosophically, I would love every child to have a device in their hand at any time. It's difficult to keep up with the repairs happening in the schools and in the homes with 10 building technicians. So the number of break fixes, we tend to lose a little bit of ground as the year moves on. So we do close down Chromebook repair for a week, say over the March break we just had. So having devices both in school and at home would be a very difficult piece to manage in terms of just plain maintenance. We do have several ideas on the table. Some of it does have to do with the American Rescue Plan. We also have $11 million left in our SMART bond funding. So I believe that with different funding sources, potentially we could put together a 10-year information management technology hardware refresh plan. And 10 years puts us out pretty far. So I'm very confident we're still going to continue to be in a good place.
Does that answer your questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I just want to respond to Commissioner Clark. Thank you for the praise. I certainly appreciate it. The transfer of the 2 positions in labor relations, which is the Director of Labor Relations and a support staff, was a reduction overall of $192,000. That did transfer to the human capital budget line for 21-22. That was not included in my overall calculation, a 12.7% reduction, which is just for the remaining Office of General Counsel. And that was mainly made through the reduction of the 1 FTE of the Associate Counsel, but also in cutting some outside legal expenses as well as significantly reducing travel. So, and I'm confident that the team that's here will be able to pick up, whatever slack. It mainly falls on me, given that it was labor relations. But that's between Chris supporting that and having a familiarity with that, and Megan still being a good partner. I'm not concerned about level of services dropping off.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I just have a couple of things to highlight. I do appreciate the partnership with legal and labor and human capital. That actually has been brought up multiple times in the past on how, both departments were operating in silos, and then by the time they caught up, some decisions were made that also had some fiscal implications. So my only ask is that finance is also kept abreast with human capital and legal, so that those 3 are really the 3 that should be in the administration side working together, so that as decisions are made, finance is fully aware of any financial implications on our budget and can also advise where funding might be allocated for certain things, because again, in the past, we have not done that. And so it has put us in some really awkward situations. And sometimes it was human resources not speaking to legal about some things, and then finance completely being kept out of the loop. So I do appreciate that. And Steve, I want to thank you and Chris for making that happen. Just please make sure the CFO for finance is kept in the loop on things as well. And then the other thing I had is around IT. So I do also want to thank the IT team for really stepping up. And Glenn, is that your entire team?
It's not the entire team.
Okay.
These are just some leaders, managers, and directors within the department.
I was like, 4 people, we gotta have to change that.
Thank you for recognizing them. It really does boost morale and help. Thank you.
Yes, no, I personally, and I have to eat this one because last year I was not supportive, right, of expanding IT and not having the foresight about how critically important you all would be in this pandemic. And, I do want to apologize and take that back because I was wrong. And again, did not have that foresight for the needs, not only for this district, but at the time, nobody knew what was going to happen with the pandemic. And I think my belief was like, we're going to be going back by the fall, and that did not happen. And I'm extremely grateful for your leadership as well over the course of this year. And yeah, I just want to thank you, Glenn, and just put that out there, and you and your team. I do have a question from section 5, page 93, though. I just see some decreases in IT, and I just want to understand where those decreases are coming from and what implications it may have on this upcoming year as we continue potentially in this hybrid mode, or even if we're fully in person. I do believe there are going to be times where we're going to be even more dependent on IT moving forward. I just don't see us returning 100% all the time in September, but certainly as many students as we possibly can. So can someone tell me where those cuts are coming from or decreases?
So yes, we took a reduction of staff. One of the reduction in staff was from the Virtual Academy of Rochester. That teacher, we felt during this time, we could move forward and fully support our students with the staff we have. And then the other position is Nicole's position, who's sitting to my left. The camera only zooms when she talks. She's waving. Nicole was promoted from network administrator up to an ASAR level position due to the additional responsibilities that she's taken on. So we gave that up as a reduction also.
Okay, so just to be clear, so someone moved up and into a different title, and then her title, previous title and position will just be eliminated, not funded.
That is correct. You're correct.
All right, got it. Thank you very much. And Dr. Myers-Smalls, I see your hand is up.
Sure, it's just a comment, and I don't want to stretch this out too long, but Commissioner LeBron, I just wanted to thank you for those words relative to Glenn and the department, because it really has been Herculean work and an extremely heavy lift to move forward. And I remember when we had those back and forth conversations, but just thank you for acknowledging that. I just wanted to appreciate that and acknowledge that.
Thank you. And yeah, I will say, and I'll put a public statement on this. We had a student in the community experience something very traumatic, and we had a number of community advocates that had came together to quickly find an alternative housing for this student and family. And they had reached out and they needed a hotspot, and without question, it was like a Friday, like towards the end of the day, I called Marisol, who called Glenn, and Glenn and his team got me a hotspot for this individual while we figured out some permanent housing and safe housing for the family. And these are the things that happen right behind the scenes that people don't get to see or acknowledge. And I just want to acknowledge that, because that allowed this individual student and family to still be connected to the internet and have access over that weekend, but then also still be able to go to school on Monday, despite the crisis that she and her family were experiencing. So again, I thank Glenn and your team for the phenomenal work this year. And certainly there've been lots of bumps in the road, but yeah, you guys have been some superstars in the pandemic. So I just want to thank you. I have no more questions for general support, communications, IT, or legal. And certainly want to continue to thank our communications team, so Marisol and Tom. And a lot of people in the community don't get to see Tom, but we would not be able to Zoom and have these meetings with the efficiency that we have on YouTube and Facebook, and all of the things that the board does, that when we go live publicly, if it was not for Tom. And I will say we were certainly more ahead than other elected bodies during the beginning of the pandemic with going virtual and having public access. And that was because of Tom and the communications team. So I thank you all for that as well. Up next is budget and debt services.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So this evening, Kelly, if you want to just take it to the next slide. Okay, so this evening I would like to introduce my team that is present with us here on the Zoom call, as well as those that are behind the scenes. And so in my department, because we oversee payroll and accounts payable, we have Kim Hoffman as the controller. Carrie Couples is with us this evening, and she and Mike Mahaney will be taking us through the debt service portion of the presentation this evening. Terry Hassler is our Director of Budget, as you all know, and Terry's with us this evening. We have our Director of Financial Management, Glendine Miller, who works with the Grants Department as well as the budget team to help monitoring our grants. You all know Tim Schmatt, our Procurement Department. Tim also oversees the Distribution Center as well as the mailroom. And we have Mike Sosa on our team as well as the Medicaid Compliance Officer. So I just wanted to, again, extend my gratitude to all of them. They've been an amazing team. We've had quite a task in front of us this year, embrace that fully, and we are all dedicated to ensuring that we are one step closer every day to attaining equity in education. So if you take it to the next slide. Again, many people just think that the finance department is a backrooms operation, but in the forefront of our brain continually is how are we best aligning the resources of the district to absolutely support our children, our greatest asset. And so again, it's wonderful to work with a group of individuals who places the children continually first in what we do and everything that we do. You can take to the next slide, please. One of the things that, and I won't read all of the academic and financial plan areas that we have to cover this year, but when you're actually working through our budget within the book, you're going to see some changes and shifts within our budget numbers. So one of those numbers is that our area was the area that assumed the cost for the state monitor. So you'll see that dollar amount within our finances. You'll also see that we know that we need to bring in an IEP system through Frontline. Because there wasn't a better place to house that, there was still some discussion as to where exactly that belonged, whether it was in special education, whether it was Medicaid, whether it was IM&T. It was just placed in my department. So you'll see a technology increase there for approximately $250,000. What you're also going to see within our department this year is a shift as part of the plan. We were given the recommendation to bring all financial people together. So similar to what Commissioner LeBron had already spoken about, meaning that we were in silos previously, we weren't always talking to each other. The same type of thing was happening when numerous areas had their own finance people within their silo, so to speak. So there was inconsistency in practices and policies and procedures as far as how it was being interpreted, how it was being implemented. And so the thought process was to bring the folks back in under finance so they had a common direction in which to follow. And so that's where you're going to see the increases in my department, is bringing those folks back in underneath that umbrella. The other areas then would be reduced by those FTE counts. So those people now roll up to their respective individual, be it budget, be it grant monitoring, et cetera. So again, what are we doing this year with regard to the state monitor's recommendations and how do we fit within the plans? We've talked about it several times this evening, which with regard to PeopleSoft upgrade is one of the most focused areas that we have to work with go live of 7/1/22. And probably the other area of greatest impact to the finance department is that even with bringing those individuals into the finance department, we still are not at full capacity, and that has been an issue that has been recognized even by the unions. So if you could take it to the next slide, please. Again, continuing on with regard to the state monitor's financial plan now, these are not new topics to any of you. We've been speaking about them at multiple finance committee meetings. And so again, I won't read the list to you, but these are all of the things that we are taking into consideration as we're building our budget and working through the budget for next year. And if we take a look at the next slide, it's just the continuation and finishing that up again of the responsibilities and the impact to the entire finance department with regard to, again, in this particular case, the financial plan. Next slide. So at this point in time, Carrie, I will turn it over to you. I'm not seeing Mike. Is Mike still with us?
So Mike, he also is a hockey coach, and he had a game this evening, so he had to exit a little bit early. So he won't be able to be with us.
at this portion. So Mike, I wish he were here to introduce him to everyone. He is what I call the man behind the curtain. He does a lot of very important work with our facilities department and the FMP folks, the JSCB, the Savin Management Company, on accounting and monitoring capital project accounting in both regards. So he's got a lot under his purview. So I'm here to talk about the debt service budget, and it's not an exciting topic, but it's an important one nonetheless. When putting together the debt service budget, we basically take all of the debt instruments within our existing portfolio and summarize all the payments, total principal, total interest for both bands and bonds, and a RAN if applicable. Happy to say that in next year's budget, though initially we put in the preliminary draft of the budget a modest amount for a RAN, we have determined that we will not be utilizing a RAN next year, and we will be pulling that out of the final draft of the budget that's forthcoming. So as debt is issued during the course of the year, we will amend the debt service budget. It's usually not by much. Most typically, it would be amended as actual debt is issued. We would be truing up the estimated interest rate that we projected to the actual interest rate at the time of the sale. Next slide, please. So here we are looking at the 21-22 debt service budget broken down by principal and interest, and then a total for both of the RCSD bonds that coincide with our capital improvement plan that's forthcoming, and the portion of bonds that is associated with the facilities modernization plan. The next line will show the budget for bands. A band is basically a short-term debt instrument used to fund capital projects in the interim of a conversion to a bond. So when does that happen? Typically it happens every 2 to 3 years based on my experience. It's at the discretion of the city and the city's financial advisor. And when the financial advisor determines that it's advantageous, considering market rates and other factors, then they will initiate a band to bond conversion. So these band instruments are 1-year instruments that get renewed annually, or sometimes get converted to a bond. The city of Rochester has already notified us that in August, our next debt issue, they don't anticipate issuing any bonds, so we did budget for the band. The RAN, as I mentioned previously, is shown here, but we will be pulling that out. And so at the bottom, I show what our debt service expenditures will be without the RAN included. And then at the bottom of that, $86.8 million is an astronomical amount, but I think it's important to look at the whole picture. All of the debt issues that we issue are for generally building improvements and modernizations, and these are aidable. So this debt that we issue generates revenue in the form of building aid, which is included in our general aid calculation each year. So the associated building aid budget projection for 21-22 associated with our debt is the $83.4 million that you see. And then additionally on top of that, associated with the debt, we get a interest rate subsidy back from the government that's associated with a bond that was issued back in 2012, I believe, for the facilities modernization. So we get a rebate from the government on interest for that issue. And then in addition to that, we will receive premium and interest in any given year, which is basically generated through the debt sale and the proceeds of our debt that are sitting in an account that are unspent earning interest. So as you can see, when you factor in the associated revenues for 21-22, the bottom line is actually budget neutral, if not a little bit favorable this year. Next slide, thanks. And so alignment with the strategic plan of the fiscal monitor, we reduced debt by eliminating the RAN and the interest associated with that. A RAN is not associated, I should explain, with building renovations or improvements. A RAN is necessary when cash flow needs exist in a given year. And so, as we all know, we had a fiscal issue a couple years ago. We hadn't issued a RAN for about 15 years until the last couple of years. And we're happy to say that we are not issuing one next year, as I mentioned. So by eliminating the RAN, we have more available funding for the classroom that we're not paying on interest. Similarly, I think most of you have probably heard that Moody's recently had a favorable rate outlook increase from A2 negative to A2 stable. So that's positive. As we increase our credit rating and our outlook, we will enjoy, just like a personal credit card, if your credit's better, you get lower interest rate opportunities. And that means the lower cost of debt, again, frees up money that can be used in the classroom. So that is my presentation.
Thank you, Carrie. I see Commissioner Powell has her hand up, so I'll call on her first.
Thank you. Section 7, page 1, the debt service portion of the budget book is the only one, the only section in the whole book that only provides a link back to some other page in an online version. Can we get that corrected to display as a PDF page in our next iteration of the budget book?
Sure.
Because everything that I saw in that PowerPoint was new to me. It's not in the book. I mean, I could have gone to the stick, but I didn't, so. That's all, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, President White.
Yes, I know when we, quite a while ago, were talking about that RAN, there was some concern about the language that I believe went into a resolution and how the ripple effects of what that might be. And I know there was great concern from your department, Carlene, about the consequences of doing that RAN. Those fears will not be realized. Is that correct?
That's correct, as long as the state does not withhold any additional money, which they have stated that it's not their intention to do so. That's the last payment that we could possibly be at risk. But thus far, I won't speak for the city, but in the meetings that we have had, we have been presenting to them our cash flow, and it has remained strong. And in fact, they've been complimentary of all that we've achieved this year.
Good, excellent. All right, thank you. I'm all set, Commissioner LeBron.
Thank you. I just want to uplift a few things. So there was a link included in the budget because we're trying to align our budget the way other budgets look. Oh, Shelley, I'm going to stop talking and let our state monitor. No. Oh, okay.
No, I do have a question though.
Yeah, so I'm going to let you go because I just have some comments about the RAN as well.
So yeah, I just want to be clear that the slide that was shown about the facilities modernization, that represents phases 1 and 2. Is that correct?
That's correct. So all of the debt that has been issued has been issued. There's no more debt to be issued for phase 1 or 2.
Okay.
Those amounts will increase if and when phase 3 is passed, and they will increase significantly.
Oh, okay. I think that's important to state.
Yeah.
And then my second question and final question is, overall, has debt increased or decreased in the district for 21, 22?
So there's a couple ways to look at it. So it has decreased in the sense that we've, achieved a major goal of, after 2 years of relying on Iran to get us through.
Absolutely.
We are not relying on Iran from here on out. So that is a notable achievement. The other debt is really a function of the projects and the structure of the FMP. It's more or less, that component is more or less level between last year and this year. But as I stated, if, it would stay level and taper off. But with the inception of phase 3, that there you would see an uptick.
Okay, thank you.
President White, I see your hands up again.
Yeah, I just wanted to note, I'm a big fan of John Oliver on HBO. And if you have, I see a couple of you smiling, he actually is a pretty quick-witted individual, but well-informed. And if you watch the latest, if you have on demand, HBO on demand, watch his conversation about debt. First of all, the district isn't the only municipal operation that deals in debt. One of the things the federal government does, and of course the state of New York does, but if you watch that last segment, he talks about debt. And I'm not going to be as eloquent as he is, but debt is not always a bad thing. Now, I'm glad we're over this hurdle about the RAND, but watch that segment about debt. Debt, so long as it's for a legitimate purpose for which government is operating, and the debt can be satisfied. Debt is not always a bad thing. I think debt has gotten a bad name. And the reality is many of us, some of us critical of the district and other levels of government accruing debt, regularly have debt in our own lives. We rely on debt. So I just, that's not for argument, but really watch John Oliver's assessment of debt and how it helps government do what it is created to do. Thanks.
Vice President Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question to Carrie has to do with the budget for the 22-23 and beyond. Is it anticipated that we may have to utilize a RAN in those budget seasons? I mean, we've got money to cover it now, from the federal government. What happens after, this upcoming budget year? Are we going to have to consider RANs in succeeding budget years?
So that's a hard one to answer, but a lot of it depends on our spending behavior and our fiscal accountability. In the next couple of years, because of this incredible influx of infusion of money that we're experiencing, I would say probably not. And I feel personally, as long as we stay on the path of fiscal discipline, which the culture that is, we're evolving, we should not need a RAN. Like I said, the previous 15 years, we did not need to rely on a RAN, and barring any, I can't speak for what the state's going to do with education funding and all that, barring any significant changes in the environment, we should be able to maintain without a RAN, generally speaking. It is not completely unusual for districts. Districts do utilize RANs in many cases. It's not unusual, and it's not necessarily, you know, a horrific thing, but in our case, it was definitely symptomatic of a big, greater problem. In small districts, the state aid doesn't always align with their cash flow needs in a very small organization. So it does happen where they need that. It's available to them as a tool. But you know, we would prefer not to rely on that because there's a cost to that, and those dollars could be put into the classroom.
So could you just explain what a RAN is? Someone texted me and asked me what a RAN is. So can you share what a RAN is, please?
Sure. It's an acronym for what's called a revenue anticipation note. So that means we anticipate we're going to get the revenue, we just don't have it now, and we need a bridge loan to meet our obligations. So typically, it means that the pattern of the state aid coming in, the state has very specific dates that they release state aid, does not always marry together nicely with the district's cash outflow patterns. So, you know, for example, months where you have 3 payrolls instead of 2. There's times of the years where you're paying your big ERS or TRS annual bills for the pension systems. Though we typically have always have our lowest cash season would be like December to February-ish. And so depending on, you know, as long as you maintain and meet your budget, you know, one hand washes the other. There's a correlation there. As long as you plan and meet your budget, you shouldn't have a huge unanticipated issue in your cash flow. So
is that paid? How soon is that note paid back?
So it's issued during the fiscal year, and it can be issued up to a term of 12 months. So basically, however long you need it. You need it to get through 4 months, 5 months. You determine how long you need it for based on your cash flow. So, you know, the way the finance people that issue it, they look at your cash flow throughout the year and say, okay, you're in the red here, 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 here. You're going to need it in this period. So basically, it can be issued for a term of no longer than 12 months, and it's basically how many months you need it to cover your deficits.
And my last question is, what's the interest that we pay on that?
So it depends. It depends on what the market's doing at that time. We had a net interest. So there's a coupon interest rate. I think it was 2%. But then because of the interest rates being so good in the market, we got a little premium back when the sale occurred. So it lowered our true net interest cost a little bit, but it's around at this time around 2%.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. So this is kind of a follow-up on the conversation about what happens to debt service when phase 3 comes into being. That there will be somewhat of an uptick in both revenue on the expense side. So Carrie, is there a delay in state reimbursement for interest rate for debt service? And if so, would it be prudent, if we're expecting this to be a flush revenue year, to set funds aside for the initial, for year 1 of phase 3, to make sure that we can pay those debt service charges?
So two-part answer. So by virtue of the municipal laws, if you sell bonds and it generates a premium or some revenue back on interest because you haven't spent it all at once, we are required to set those funds aside, and we have a separate bank account, and we are required to save those funds aside to pay towards the next debt payment that comes due. As far as the whole structure of debt service is designed to match the aid timing with the debt payment timing. So each bond is it's issued at about 16 years payment term, which is matches the stream of aid for those projects. So to answer your question, we should not incur a cash crunch as a result of the delay between phases. The debt is well timed with the associated projects and aid that comes in.
Thank you for that explanation. I think there are people who needed to hear that as a follow-up to the previous conversation.
President White, is that a new hand or old hand?
That's a new hand. I did thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I did want to say that Carlene and to the superintendent, while we have had some spirited conversations about budget over the course of the last year, I found them all very productive. And I also wanted to note that the way in which, and this comment is to the superintendent and to Carlene, the way in which you all have operated from a transparency perspective, I think it's been enormously valuable to the public and to specifically to me as a member of the board. I also believe that you have set out a very clear vision about how you believe the district's finances ought to be managed. And not to disparage any of your predecessors, but it wasn't always clear what their vision of fiscal management should look like. And the reason why we were able to have spirited and detailed conversations about finances is because you all were very clear about what you thought needed to be done. And that wasn't always clear from central office. I think people were good public servants, their intentions were well, but their vision about how the district should be managed from a financial perspective sometimes wasn't consistent, as we learned, and sometimes wasn't clear. And I just wanted to make this point very clear. I appreciate the transparency and the consistency. And although on times, on issues, I might have disagreed about a particular approach, what I always appreciated was the consistency in which and how you articulated how the district should be managed. I think that has made a huge difference. So I in this budget time, I thought it was an appropriate time to thank you for that. I think it has made a huge difference. So thank you.
All right. So just a couple of comments back to why there was a link included and not a additional pages. As we continue to move forward, it will be my goal, even if I'm not the finance chair, that we continue to reduce the size of the budget and make it more manageable and easier for our parents and our community members to be able to pick it up and know and understand exactly how our dollars are being spent. And I don't think it takes 800, 900 pages. I think we're down to 400 and something, plus we still have additional supplements. So I just want to put that out there. The other piece I do want to uplift is around the RAN. And in the past, I've said this and I'll continue to say it, and I don't care if people don't like it. I view a RAN like a payday loan. We do end up having to pay interest. And as Carrie mentioned, it is, that interest also would have to be paid within that same 12 months. So it is less money that we end up being able to utilize for our classrooms and our students. And that, for me personally, I don't care if it's $1 million or if it's $2 million, it's still money that we do not get to actually spend on students, and we have to spend on in debt services. So I'm not a supporter of RANs. I am hugely grateful to hear that we are moving away from any RANs. And though I recognize that some school districts do use it, Carrie, like you mentioned, also because of cash flow issues, they have not seen the uptick that we have. And I remember last year when we went with the RAN amount that we went with, and the previous year in 2018, even Malik Evans, who was on the board and had transitioned to city council on that side, said, hey, we've never had a RAN this size. And then the following year, we came back with an even larger RAN. So to say that here's the turning tide for us, I want to just stress and emphasize that in this budget, you will not see the new cash from the budget from the CARES Act, the new one. So the work that's being done is really on Leslie and the finance team to continue to reduce our debt services and our debts overall. And I do think that that is absolutely the best approach for us to move forward and to have real fiscal stability for years to come, is by being mindful of how we spend our dollars and where our debts are at and whether they're necessary or not necessary, and if they're impactful to our students in a positive way. And if they're not, then we have to figure out ways to reduce those costs or move away from them. But I'm going to encourage my colleagues in the community to understand that we are not moving away from Iran because we're getting CARES Act dollars, because those haven't even been factored in yet. But certainly that we still have to continue to make some difficult decisions, because again, those are one-shot injections of revenue. And certainly nobody in their household would make really big grandiose plans with a one-shot, stimulus check. So I just want to put it out there because I know it gets very confusing in the jargon of all the bans and the rands, but we should not have to be paying interest because we can't live within our means, and then end up having to pay even more money out that we don't have. When again, they really could be going into our schools and our classroom as much as possible. So Carrie and Carlene, I personally just want to thank you both for the work, and the finance team with that vision of moving away from Iran and also getting the Moody rating up. And obviously we took a financial hit when the deficit came out, and that impacts the city of Rochester and their ability to borrow and build too. So we are financially tied, and the impacts from that rating impacts us as well. So Commissioner Powell, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So back to the budget book and section 7, page 1. This is what it looks like to the viewing audience. It's a link. It's a hyperlink, but it isn't a link where the page that you're going to is spelled out. So if you have a paper copy, you can't touch a hyperlink and take you to the page you need. And you can't see where you need to go to. The only way you can get there is if you're online already. Second point, this debt service page on the website, I've already gone to it, it's 1 page long. If we're trying to reduce the size of the budget book, there are an awful lot of pages and parts of the budget book that could be linked somewhere to reduce the size. This 1 page does not substantially impact. What it does do is give the appearance, and I'll underscore the appearance, of a lack of transparency. And I know that's nobody's intention. So again, I say, when we publish the final book, please put that 1 page that's found on the website back into the book. Thank you.
So I just want to add that hyperlink, I'm sorry, hold on 1 second, Carlene. I'm going to let you make a statement, but because the community is watching, I want them to understand that the budget book and the hyperlink is on our website. And if they download the book or view the book online, which many people, that's how they're going to look at the book, because we don't have printed copies to give out to the masses, that you can use that hyperlink online. So I just want to put that out there as individuals go on our website to download the book, that the hyperlink will take them, and it is a live active hyperlink on the website. But Carlene, go ahead.
I just wanted to say we've already noted it and it's already being taken care of. Again, we are in full support of being totally and completely transparent. Just so that all of the commissioners know, when we had brought forward the recommendations for the changes within the budget book, we lived absolutely to the letter of the law of what we were given the permission to change and what we didn't change. So I do appreciate the fact that of you supporting that there are other changes that can be made, but we didn't make those changes at this point in time. So thank you. We will take those into consideration moving forward for next year.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlene. Rebecca?
I had a quick request because whenever I'm talking to fellow parents about the debt in general, the most frequent question is, well, what is our interest rate? Is there a way that we can specify that in this document somewhere, just so that we can have a clear understanding of what it means? I understand a lot of times it's going to be variable and that kind of thing, but is there a way to do that?
Yes, I believe in the link to the that we're speaking of, when that's going to be put back into the book, it does reference the bond interest rates, but if not, we'll be sure to put it in there for sure. They're from 0 to 5%, by the way.
Thank you. And if there are no other questions on budget and debt services, I'm going to move on to HC, which is human capital and employee benefits. So Chris, you are on the hot seat.
Thank you, President White, Vice President Elliott, Chair LeBron, Commissioners, and Superintendent Myers-Small. Good evening. I'm Chris Miller, the Chief of Human Capital, representing not only the Office of Human Capital, but the Employee Benefits Budget, which is part of the Human Capital Office. I also want to start by thanking our Human Capital team and each of my teammates. Next slide, please. Our budget and the efforts that we are putting forth align to the district's strategic plan, particularly as we look to develop our leadership capacity, manage district resources effectively, and build high-performing teams across the district and through providing excellent customer service. Additionally, we are aligned to the independent monitor academic and financial plans, ensuring a redesign of our Office of Human Capital and through the development of a new talent management plan, which is under construction at this point. Ensuring the most effective and diverse staff in all areas, and ensuring a positive and productive workforce through staff and labor relations. And I would add that our staff relations efforts to put a greater focus on labor relations, I facilitate a weekly meeting of legal, IM&T, finance, our deputy superintendents, and the communications office to ensure that we are good fiscal stewards of the district's financial resources as it relates to any discussions that we have about changes in union contracts or the potential agreements that we might make vis-a-vis memorandum of agreements with unions. And this is a collaboration that helps to ensure that all of those individuals are in the loop. So I wanted to call out because I think it addresses your concerns, Commissioner LeBron, specifically relative to that. And it was part of the feedback from the independent monitor. Next slide. When we do human capital well, we touch the entire life cycle of an employee from recruitment through retirement, literally impacting the staff life of the entire cycle that you see here. And this effort works to ensure that we have effective teachers, leaders, and staff in front of our students. Next slide. As part of our redesign of the Office of Human Capital, we focus not only on our structure, but also on our rebrand and defining who we are and what we do. And we recruit, develop, support, and retain the most effective, diverse staff. Next slide. Part of that redesign was transitioning into 4 specific teams with a strategic human capital focus. You can note the aim of each team on this slide. Recruitment focused on the diversity of our talent, employee benefits, ensuring our staff and retirees are cared for, valued, and respected. Staff effectiveness focused on the growth of our people because our people are our greatest asset. And staff relations working to ensure a positive workplace and customer service to our staff. Within this work, as General Counsel Carleen mentioned, we welcomed 2.0 FTE staff from the law department to human capital to ensure a greater alignment to these goals in our work. We also cut 2.0 FTEs from our team to ensure a cost savings and to tighten the belt. And we were able to also add a grant-funded position that will assist us with the educator and staff effectiveness efforts because that work is presently not being done and it's an important aspect of human capital work. Next slide. A significant portion of the district's overall budget is accounted for by our employee benefits. As a district, we offer meaningful work where our staff can have a direct impact and influence over our students, their families, and our great city. A comprehensive benefits program includes medical, dental, prescription, and vision care, and that is competitive with our neighboring school districts. Our benefits are guided by our collective bargaining agreements and New York State labor laws. This also includes Social Security, workers' compensation, retirement plans, illness and vacation leave, and an employee assistance program. While healthcare costs have increased significantly across the nation and state, through our management and partnerships with third-party administrators, we will see only a 4% increase in the overall, and that overall increase that we will see includes some nominal increases to the retirement systems which our employees participate in. Seeking means to reduce our healthcare costs is something that we are looking at, and we will seek to engage our unions through conversations around that in negotiations. Next slide. So any questions?
Thank you, Chris. I'm gonna wait and see. I don't see any questions from anybody. And I'm gonna ask one more time because otherwise I'm wrapping up. This will conclude the first deliberations for the 21-22 budget. Oh, Vice President Elliott.
Thank you. I'm just interested in knowing, are there negotiations going on regarding our benefits package? That's a tremendous amount of money that we pay out, and it seems to be an area where we can undergo some negotiations regarding reducing those benefits. Where are we with that? Because here again, we have to look at our budgets for the future. And so if employee costs are the highest costs of our district, and people get paid a lot of money in this district, it seems to me that if we're going to look at closing the budgets in the future, not having to request a grant, for example, or any other funding that would put us into a debt situation, are we looking at negotiating, at least at this point, benefit costs in order to ensure that we're closing our budget deficit? Because we can lay off staff and we can reduce staff, but how does that impact the ability to achieve academic success? It would seem to me that in addition to, for example, charter school costs, where we have an opportunity to bring those students back in, how are we looking at reducing those benefits? Because, for example, one of the things that we have done is that we would have paid staff for sick time. In no other organization that I'm aware of do people get paid for sick time. They just lose it if they don't use it. So that's an example in my mind of where we can cut costs. Chris, or somebody can respond to that for me, please.
Well, I don't want to get into specifics of negotiations in the open forum. We could certainly talk in executive session. What I would maybe.
No, I don't need you to get into specifics. Just, are we negotiating? I guess is what I'm saying. And I wanted to make sure that I'm putting it out there that that's a concern of mine, so that the community is aware that somebody on the board, and I'm sure others on the board, are looking at how we cut costs, and that may be an area for us to do it. So not needing you to get into specifics, Chris.
Yeah, so I would add that that's a great question, and I think that's an important thing for the district to consider in our conversations. I would echo that the independent monitor identified that specifically in her feedback to the district, and so I would share that that's an important conversation for us to have with our unions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Rebecca?
Thank you. So I was wondering under expenditures by department, it lists careers in teaching as well as union contractual obligation. And I do see that both of those have been reduced for the proposed budget. I was wondering if you could fill me in on what those things mean.
Yeah, so Careers in Teaching is our program. It's an excellent program. It's one of the best things we do in the district to support our new teachers. And it's a mentoring, guidance, support, evaluation program that really works to assist those new teachers in their entrance to urban education and into the district. And so we have some changes in staffing levels and support needs relative to how we look at a predictive way of how many new teachers we'll have next year and what levels of support we'll need in that area. And so that speaks to some of the reduction there. Also, we have some retirements, so folks are at a higher level of pay and they might not necessarily be replaced with people at the same level. So that speaks to some of that. And some other tightening measures within their budget. It's not all staffing. And then with contract obligations, we have a number of specific obligations vis-a-vis contracts, and that can include stipends, professional development, and also some staffing, right? We, through contract obligations, fund some of the union release positions in our unions. And so we will continue to meet any and all of our contractual obligations, but at looking at what is needed in the budget, we're able to reduce in each of those areas and still maintain and put forward what we're obligated to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark?
Yes, thank you. And Chris, this is probably a question you can't answer here, but I just wanted to piggyback on Vice President Elliott, because when we look at salaries and fringe benefits, it makes up almost 56.3% of our total budget. And while we're not on section 4 tonight, I wanted to ask this question because I didn't want to lose it. But when I think of the presentation that the superintendent gave us a couple of weeks ago about the ratios of students to teachers, and when I went through section 4, just looking at the elementary schools, we have some schools where the student-teacher ratio is 6.7 to 1, and the average student-teacher ratio in elementary schools is less than 10 to 1. Then I went through the secondary schools and found pretty much the same thing, where the student-teacher ratio is went from like 8.3 to 1 to like 12.1 to 1, but we're averaging about 12 to 1. And it's probably a negotiation point, but when we look at the structural deficit that Dr. Jallo talked about, and the fact that we need to rebalance, need to do that type of rebalance, and I'm sure that's part of the things that goes into your discussions. You may not be able to answer it. I'm relatively new, so I don't know whether I should ask that question here, but I just wanted to get your thoughts.
Yeah, I think yes, sure, Commissioner Clark. I think there'll be opportunities for deeper conversation around that at the next session. But what I would add is the independent monitor Jallo really pushed the district to think about developing, and we did in November, a staffing reduction plan where we work to ensure that our staffing levels were connected to the ratios in our contracts and then executing that in buildings. I think we have more work to do on that as we look at the next year. And I think that also connects to conversations around whether we have school closings and what that looks like. So I think it's all connected, and I know it's something that Dr. Jallo is pushing us on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I'll talk more about once we discuss schools in details, Commissioner Clark, after we wrap up here. President White, and then Vice President Elliott. Is that a new hand?
It is.
Okay, so I'm gonna call on President White first.
Okay.
And then you can go after him.
Chris, I noticed on page 39, section 5, of course, it indicates that it looks like there's a $149,000 reduction in professional development. If I've read that correctly, my question becomes, how is it that we have a reduction in expenditures for professional development, given what I would imagine to be a greater need for professional development, particularly given the new normal, if you will, given COVID, and the likelihood that at least not 100% of our students are going to return to in-person learning. And even when those that do, the demands on a teacher or a social worker or cafeteria person might require a different skill set. So have I misunderstood that number, or is there another line item somewhere in our budget that indicates that, in fact, professional development cost might in fact increase given where we find ourselves in this city and in this district and in this nation?
So great question. Those dollars are, so they do not represent our entire professional development budget, the majority of which would be through teaching and learning, through grant funding. These are specific professional development dollars connected to contractual obligations. And so through tightening relative to what we know, for example, if we know we're not going to hire as many teachers next year and we're not paying them for professional development, we can squeeze that, right? So 25 teachers that aren't having to go through professional development at the same way the rest of new teachers would be, that's a reduction that we can count on saving. So that's part of the reason you see that level of reduction. But greater, I think when we get at the teaching and learning budget, there'll be more conversation about PD specifically.
Okay, and I just want to make clear, and I apologize for not giving questions in advance. I've not had the opportunity to do that lately. But if I hear you correctly, we won't, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, we won't necessarily, I just want to make sure I'm wording this correctly. Is there a possibility that there would be a reduction in the amount that we spend on professional services, but a more concentrated, methodical approach to it? What am I going to, what will we see in the end? Will we see us spending more dollars on professional development or less dollars because they're more targeted and we have less employees? Could you generally answer that question?
I'm probably not the best person to answer that,
okay,
because I'm not as familiar with the teaching and learning budget.
Okay.
Carlene looks like she might be phoning a friend here. Help.
I would be happy to step in. So that was actually part of the academic plan, was a focus on professional development in this coming year. And you will see an increase within the teaching and learning budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I'm set.
Thank you. Vice President Elliott. Vice President Elliott, I don't know if you're still there. All right, well, when she gets back, if she's reconnected, she might be on a call or away for a minute. I guess at this moment, I'll just talk about that tomorrow. We have another round of deliberations, and tomorrow we're going to be covering teaching and learning. So President White, that question you had, I think would also be appropriate to perhaps re-examine it tomorrow under the teaching and learning budget. And we're going to be covering academics, pre-K, general education, arts and athletics under teaching and learning's budget, student support services, placement, attendance, the Department of Multiple Language Education, DOME, MLL, and parent engagement, special education, and for reference of sections, which would be sections 4 and sections 5. And then Thursday, we have a public hearing. So the public is encouraged to please sign up. And I will let Kalia jump on and tell folks how to sign on. to speak at the public hearing. And just as a reminder, it is a hearing. The board will not be speaking or responding back, but we will listen to anyone in the community who signs up, parents or community members alike, and share their feedback and concerns around this year's budget. So Kalia, do you want to let the public know how they can sign up to speak at that hearing, please?
Yes, I do. So on Thursday, as Commissioner LeBron is saying, we do have a public budget hearing. We welcome all parents, students, staff members, community members to sign up to speak and provide feedback on the 21-22 school year proposed budget. Interested persons, we are asking you to email the Board of Education at boardofelucation@rcsdk12.org, or you may call the board office by noon of the day of the meeting in order to sign up to speak. We are also taking written comments this year, which is a change from what we usually do, but in the spirit of our virtual meetings, we are also taking the written comments like we do with the business meetings, and those may be sent to boardofeducation@rcsdk12.org as well. Please be advised for members of the public, if you are signing up to speak, the only topic that will be addressed is on the budget. So you may not sign up to speak about other topics because this is dedicated directly to the budget. So when you sign up, please indicate your name, what affiliation, are you a parent, a teacher, a community member, and then we will ask you to provide us with some contact information so that we may provide you with the Zoom link, and we will do so once you indicate that information to enter the meeting's proceedings. We also would like to let the public know that everything related to the budget may be accessed on www.rcsdk12.org/budget. I'd also like to let you know that the questions for round 1 of the budgetary questions that the board has been sending to the administration has responded, those are now posted to the website, so you may access those there. And everything that is related to the hearings, deliberation sessions, the draft budgets, any kind of appendices or attachments for the budget book, those are available on the website as well. That's it.
Thank you, Kalia. And then I just want to add, and then I'm going to wrap up deliberations, that our final deliberation will actually take place on April 20th during the Finance Committee of the Whole. And so we'll dedicate whatever necessary time, and at that time we are going to cover school profiles and budgets. And certainly I do anticipate that that will probably be the most robust conversation as we look at schools and Commissioner Clark discuss things like the numbers, enrollment, and ratios. And that will be sections 4 and section 6, because it also includes the school chiefs and their budgets. And that will be the wrap up of the deliberation. So with that said, I just want to thank you all tonight for the first round. We'll go into second rounds tomorrow. Unfortunately, I think we lost Vice President Elliott. So if she jumps on, maybe I can have her perhaps save her question for tomorrow. And we'll start with her to just do that follow-up so that she can have any closure and questions she has about tonight. So with
she can
that,
also submit to the budget log as well.
Yeah, but I'll give her the opportunity because I think she was in this scope had the question. With that said, I believe the next person, I guess, chairing the meeting is going to be President White. You're covering governance.
Yep, I'm pinch hitting. So I just want to let folks know Commissioner Malloy is not feeling well tonight. She called me an hour before the meeting, and she really wasn't in a position to go forward tonight. So I said I would cover as best I could. And how I'm going to do that is I'm going to really ask Kaya and crew to cover most of the elements of this limited agenda. And before I do that, I want to say on the heels of our finance deliberations, our budget deliberations, we've been out a lot of thanks to the superintendent and her team. The board has, but I know each of my colleagues has great gratitude for the work that's being done by our team as well. Kalia, Francine, Rahima, they've done a remarkable job in getting all this coordinated with our finance committee and Commissioner LeBron. So on behalf of the full board, I want to thank you all for your work. You all labor very quietly in the dark and behind the scenes, and it all goes so smoothly. We went a little bit over time, but it was certainly well worth it. It was a lot of good, robust conversation about the budget, a lot of good questions. So we thank you, Commissioner LeBron, and the administration for the work that they've done. So I did want to turn the gavel over to Kaya, so to speak. Kaya,
Yes, but before you do
we are
so, if you
supposed
can
to,
ask for a motion to accept the minutes, I would appreciate that.
well, I don't even have to do that because you have graciously reminded me that I need to do that. So there is a motion to accept the minutes. Is there a second for that motion? Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Oh, Commissioner Powell, you made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I think I heard Commissioner Clark. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please indicate by saying aye and making sure your camera is on. Aye.
Aye.
Seems that the ayes have it. Before I literally give you the gavel, Kaya, I would ask that it is now 7:45. We are actually supposed to start the policy meeting at, I think, 7:45. Is that right, Commissioner Powell? So
It's the same. It's all, half of it's shenanigans.
So Kaya, I'm going to ask that you once again work your magic and get us through this agenda as quickly as possible without compromising the substance. Thanks.
Certainly. So thank you for the minutes there. I want to welcome to the meeting Carrie Pecor. She will be addressing the board tonight regarding the newest action item that has gone through. The board did approve with the state monitor's plan the new grant award policy, which requests for a report to be generated quarterly to review the grants that are being reviewed by the district, sorry. And so I want to welcome Carrie Pecor. She's the Executive Director of Grants and Program Accountability. Carrie, I will do your presentation really quickly. I'm just trying to make sure that it loads up really quick. You don't.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Kalia.
Of course. Just bear with me really quick.
All right, thank you, Kali. I think we're ready to go. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to collaborate on the subject of the new grant award policy and the related report. My name is Carrie Pecor, and I'm the Executive Director of Grants and Program Accountability. And the purpose of tonight's presentation is to formally launch the adoption of this policy, which is Policy 6256, and to commemorate the completion of one of the recommendations from the Independent Monitor's financial plan. So tonight, we'll start with a high-level overview of grants in the RCSD and the new awards as of July 1st, 2020, and then we'll briefly review the structure of the report. Next slide, please. So the work of grants in our district really touches across all of the RCSD's priorities, but the inception of this policy most directly relates to priority number 4, fostering dynamic leadership, with a direct correlation to managing school and district resources effectively. Next slide, please. Oops. Kalia, I am wondering, this actually is not the slide that should be shown right now.
Strange. 1 second. Let me make sure I open the correct version.
Okay.
Carrie, are you saying it skipped a slide?
No, I'm wondering if that was the previous presentation I did a few months ago.
Oh, that's not it. I have it in a PDF version. Is that okay if you go with the PDF?
Sure.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, and then we would be on slide number 3, please.
Okay.
Yep, that's perfect. So this slide is showing the total percentage of our budget that is comprised of grants. So for the 2020-2021 budget, I want to be clear, it's this budget year because we just came out of deliberations projecting forward to 21-22 budget. Our budget for 2020-2021 is comprised of 76 grants for an approximate total of about $122 million that are associated with grant revenue. This comprises about 13% of our total budget, with the other 87% being comprised of other revenues such as aid or other sources. So in kind of taking into consideration how this sizes up against other districts across the nation, we can compare to some data that is put forth by the Council of Great City Schools each year. So each year, the Council of Great City Schools publishes a resource titled Managing for Results in America's Great City Schools. And one of the factors that's taken into consideration within the study and the data that they put forward in terms of grant administration is the percentage of grant funds that comprise any given district's total budget. And so the most current report of Managing for Results shows that across the nation, the median percentage of grant funds as a percent of any district's total budget hovered around 13.2%. So taking that into consideration as a benchmark against other districts of similar size and demographic nationwide, our district is currently falling in line right with the average. Okay. So thank you, Kalia. Next slide. So this slide notes the number and amount of new grants that have been awarded this school year. So it's important to note here that although the policy requires reporting on a quarterly basis, since this report is the first one of the 2020-2021 school year, we've included new awards all the way back to the beginning of the RCSD's fiscal year, which began on July 1st of 2020. So since July 1st of 2020, we've been awarded 18 new grants for a total increase of approximately $3.6 million in actual grant revenue or services in that amount directed toward the district. We currently have 7 grants that have been submitted to funders and funding agencies and that are under review, and 2 grants that are currently under development within the district and that are slated to be submitted in the next couple months. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, this is the inaugural report. So it's showing new grants awarded to the district back to July 1st. These grants in this report were not grants that were included in the 2021 adopted budget. So since we're going back more than just 1 quarter for this report, it will likely show a greater number of new awards than you may see in subsequent reports, because subsequent reports will be done on a quarterly basis and therefore would only include a quarter's worth of new awards. Another thing to keep in mind for this reporting is that the number of awards may fluctuate quarter to quarter. So in some quarters you might see a greater volume of grants than in others, particularly around the quarters that reflect the spring and summer awards, because education-based grants have funding periods that typically start in alignment with either the traditional school year as September 1 or with the traditional fiscal year of education agencies, which tend to be July 1. So second consideration is that the report language was taken directly from the policy. It was revised slightly at times just in an attempt to bring greater clarity to the information that's being put forward in the report. And you'll see an example of this in just a second when we look at the column titles. And then finally, we really wanted to make this report a useful, meaningful document to you as commissioners. So as you're working with and reviewing the report, if there are any revisions you can recommend to the team to make it more user-friendly or informative or helpful, we're happy to work with you to make sure that it's doing exactly what you want and need it to do. Yep, next slide, please. And so these next two slides show snips of the report in and of itself. And what I'd like to do is just kind of take you left to right through the information as it's being presented within the report. So on this particular slide, reading left to right, kind of the salmon colored area provides basic grant information about the different awards. So that would include the grant name and the grantor or the funding agency that is awarding us the funds. Staff oversight was a category that was taken directly from the policy. And this is one that we've broken down into further detail. So what you see here is the project lead. That would be the staff member within the RCSD who is in charge of implementation of program. The OGPA director is the Office of Grants and Program Accountability Director that has been assigned to that particular award to provide technical assistance and support in project lifecycle implementation, related internal monitoring, and then external reporting processes. And then we have a grant developer listed here, and that grant developer piece denotes the staff member who is involved in doing exactly that, developing the grant, putting together the application, and doing direct grant writing and budget development with support of the budget analysts. Award period is another category that was taken directly from the policy. Again, further broken down. Our district receives multi-year grants, so we thought it was important to note not only the start and end date of the grant, but also the duration of any particular grant award. And then as associated with that, in the green, the award information provides the total dollar amount of the grant award over all of the years of the grant award period, and then the award per year. So in this particular example, the grant that we're looking at is a 2-year grant with a start date of 7/1/2021, an end date of 6/30/2023. The total grant award is $1 million, and then the funding will be issued to the district in the amount of $500,000 per year. Kali, if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This slide is showing other details about the award. So starting again left to right, location denotes the school or department that would most benefit, that would benefit most directly from the funding associated with the grant. Purpose is an explanation of the categorical use of the funds. Scope of work details exactly what the funds will be used for. The outcome column describes the intended impact of the use of grant funds. And there are subsequent metrics associated with this column that are identified within each grant to measure trajectory toward meeting the outcomes. The monitoring reporting column denotes the external agency to which we have to submit either programmatic or fiscal reports. So typically that is the funding agency. And those reports are submitted externally based on the reporting period denoted within the grant. Sometimes it's quarterly, sometimes it's by twice a year, and sometimes it's annually. And these reports that are submitted to the funding agency are both fiscal and programmatic. And then the last category listed here aligns each grant with the RCSD priority that it most closely matches. With full disclosure, many of these grants can be directed toward multiple priorities, but what we've done for the purpose of this report is tried to link it to the district priority that it aligns most closely with. And then just wanted to call out some resources that are available to you as you're reading the report. So at the bottom of the Excel spreadsheet that's provided, there are 2 additional tabs provided in addition to the new award tab. One of them is district priorities. And then the next one is a glossary tab. And on the glossary tab, you can find information about grant related vocabulary that you may come across at some point or another during your report review. Also, the Office of Grants and Program Accountability has a comprehensive website that you can reference, the public can reference as well. And on this website, you can find information on the Office of Grant and Program Accountability strategic plan, vision and mission as aligned with the district's strategic plan. And kind of a particular note tonight as associated with this report is we have a grants manual available, and what this does is it really provides comprehensive information on how grants are both pursued, administered, monitored, and reported on within our district. So that concludes my presentation for this evening. I'm happy to address any questions or comments you might have at this point.
I'm looking to see if there are any questions. I don't see any. Do you, Kalia?
I do not see any questions just now, but I do want to say to the board members, we did send out the first iteration of the report with the materials that were sent on Friday. So if you do have any further questions, I know that Carrie would be happy to answer those. This is the first report of its kind, so we want to make sure that we are attentive to any kind of questions so that we can get it right. You know, if there needs to be any changes, that we can update it and have it back to you. But this is a quarterly report, and it will not be, you will not get it like this again. You will get it just via email and on a quarterly basis, just like you get the contract reports, etc. So just want to let you know how to anticipate those.
Well, for an inaugural report, it was well done, very comprehensive, and we appreciate that. Quite often in the past, grants were sort of a distant island unto themselves, and they would have an impact in terms of what the district did financially, because we would commit ourselves to these funds and then not know what would happen once the funds dried up. This quarterly report allows us to look at this stuff into the future and do plan accordingly. So thank you very much. There may be changes, but again, looks like it was very well done, very comprehensive, and for first-time report, we appreciate that effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Kalia, I do have one question. Where will it be presented in the governance committee? Is that where we'll present it, or a special committee, or what's the thought there?
So the report is just going to be emailed, just like we.
Oh, it's just going to be emailed.
Just emailed, yes. I wanted to make sure that, and Commissioner Malloy also really wanted to make sure that board members paid attention to the fact that this was coming, and this is how it was going to be presented, so that you know when you receive those emails what to anticipate.
So Commissioner Malloy doesn't have any desire to see this appear as an item on the agenda?
No, because it's quarterly in nature, and I don't really know exactly what the conversation would be on it. But I'm sure if you do want to make it a agenda item, that can also be facilitated. But that wasn't the thought. It was just that we would receive it like typical. Dr. Myers-Small and Commissioner Powell have their hands up as well.
Sure. I just want to echo President White's comments. Carrie, thank you for the presentation. This was a lot of information that you really articulated very concisely, and it was very, very well done. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge your efforts and thank you for your leadership in overseeing our grants department, because your work is very significant, especially as we continue to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And just one comment, I do need to thank my team. And kind of in underpinning theme tonight of teamwork and collaboration, and I'm happy to be a part of it. And I did want to uplift my team in their contributions to these efforts as well. So thank you, I appreciate it.
And again, a testament to your leadership that you acknowledge that. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, I want to reiterate what Superintendent just said. It's terrific that we have this report. I've advocated for work in this area for years, and it seems that it took a state monitor to actually make it happen. But as the side benefit of showcasing the important work that our grants department is doing, and if along the way, the products that they're working on give the board cause to pause and ask the question, is this really our core mission? Is this really a grant we want to go chasing after? Well, then those are important questions to have. So I think we're in a really good place. And thank you, Carrie.
Commissioner Powell, you raise a good point, and I'll discuss this with Commissioner Malloy, but there's another reason why possibly we might want to consider putting this on the agenda for governance, because it holds up the good work that division within the district is doing. It also holds up the contributions of outside philanthropic organizations and governmental entities that are contributing to this work. So these don't have to be lengthy reports. I'm sure, Carrie, you would prefer shorter than longer, but for her and her team to periodically appear before the governance committee just to tell us what's going on and where this is a critical part of our work. It's a funding stream that we should, at the very least, maybe consider providing a quarterly report, because we can hold up the good work that's being done and how other entities are contributing to that work. So thank you, Carrie, and your team for this work. And we look forward to at least getting the written reports and perhaps even some periodic presentations by your team. Thank you. Okay, Kaya, what is next?
Looks like Steve has his hand up as well.
Yeah. Okay. Just real quick, we had actually, I just want to remind people, part of the policy is that there is going to be an annual delivery. I believe it's in October by I think both Carrie and Dr. Morris, where they're going to lay out not only what grants we've received for the year, but the future vision moving forward. So, and I believe that was to be delivered at Finance Committee, which may be where these reports, if even delivered quarterly, might be more appropriate. Would be my
that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. Thank you, Steve. Vice President Elliott, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. You reminded me of a Facebook post that I saw with regard to one group, and I've mentioned this group before. It's on an ESL page that this one group, looked at the graduation rates from 2013 to now and saw that there's a 20% increase, and it's almost as if ESL is giving this group credit for that. I take exception to that in the sense that it has been this board who's done this work. The problem has been, however, is because this board has not been functioning in a way. The media looks at us as being dysfunctional, but not looking at the work that we're doing in spite of that dysfunction. And so you've got other groups who are taking credit for the work that this board has done. And it brings up the point, for me at least, is we need to really determine how effective these outside organizations have been and contributed to the great work that's being done within the Rochester City School District. I don't see any, I don't know if there's any evaluations in terms of these specific groups that have really contributed to the success of the work that's being done in this organization, in the city school district. I know that this board has really been pushing the district to do this work, but and I can speak for what we have done. However, I cannot speak to what these organizations who are out here who are claiming that they've done this work and want to take credit for it. And in many instances, what they also are doing is they're taking credit for it so that they can get other grant funding. And so I just have somewhat of I'd like to see the data that really shows that these organizations are having an impact on what we're doing in the Rochester City School District, because other organizations are getting grant funding for it, and they may not be having the kind of impact on a 20% increase in graduation rates. I just have an issue with that. And I don't want anybody taking credit for the work that we've been doing in spite of the dysfunction that may be coming across and has been coming across in the past. So I'm hoping that that's going to change so that people really take a look at that it is this board is pushing this work and working very diligently, and not necessarily these outside organizations, because frankly, I don't know what they do. Thank you.
Vice President Elliott, let me just say, you may recall there was another instance, not only the graduation rate, but you remember about a year or two ago, maybe, on the suspensions. Remember the work that the board and community organizations did to come up with a new code of conduct, and the board began to do appeals that had never been done in the decades in the past. Between the community and the board, Commissioner Adams knows quite a bit about that. There was a lot of work done by this board and by the community, and then a group come in and published this statement and said that the suspensions are down, and you could draw a correlation between the suspensions being down and grades going up, attendance going up. But to your other point that I would agree with, sometimes we're our own worst enemy. We shoot ourselves in the foot. People see that gun and they don't look up above that gun, and they don't see the good work that we have done. And I hope that in the future we begin to toot our own horn when it is, when we're entitled to it. Also acknowledge the challenges that we have, but you're absolutely right. I hope we can begin to understand that as a board, and the community can understand that we have to a certain extent done good work in this community. When I say we, I'm talking about every member of the Board of Education.
Yeah, because I am not giving anybody credit for this hard work that I do. I'm just not going to do it. And in every case, and on every corner, I'm not saying that they're not contributing, but don't act like it's because of a particular organization it's the reason that we have a 20% increase in graduation rates. I'm going to come out fighting on that one. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Kaya, the next item on the agenda
Superintendent
was...
Myers-Small has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Leslie, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I just, President White and Vice President Elliott, I want Dr. Morris to address Vice President Elliott's question, because we do have some next steps relative to that.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm just very excited to let you all know that concern about attributing credit where credit is due in terms of the effort that is put in and the impact on student achievement and performance, we are addressing through attributing a program evaluation arm to the accountability department, and that is working very closely along with Carrie and her team. We are working to be able to use data to attribute the efforts that are happening within the district and its impact to student achievement and performance. So the program evaluation team, we hope to have up and running in the upcoming school year, and they will be able to tease out using very specific data the impact of the efforts that we are doing, particularly now under the strategic plan and the independent monitors academic and financial plans, and showing clearly how that linkage of effort is paying out in dividends with our students and their performance and the improvement in the district.
I just thought that was important to make that note at this point.
Thank you. That's going to be very important. And again, not saying that the organizations are not contributing in some measure, but don't take all the credit, for what everybody has contributed, So I just I needed to put that out there.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Morris.
Thank you, Dr. Morris. Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Kaya, we have something to discuss in terms of the bylaws. Is that right?
Yes. So the next topic is really to have a bit of a brainstorm and a little bit of discussion about how the board would be returning to in-person board meetings at the current time. And I want to have, or General Counsel Steve kind of touch base on that. But currently, our provision for having virtual board meetings will end on the 25th of this month. It is, we cannot really assume whether or not that will be extended. Steve, you want to touch on that really quickly?
Yep, I actually, it's funny, I just clicked on to make sure that is the most recent, and in fact, it is not. It has now been extended another 5 days till April 30th. It looks like they're going in and extending the continuing temporary suspension modification of, it all fell under this Executive Order 202 that was passed back in March of 2020, where it said that there does not need to be in-person meetings under Public Officers Law. This section was extended again. It looks like it may have happened yesterday, forward to another 5 days. So we don't know when it's going to end, but they're taking baby steps with it. Before it was greater jumps they were taking. So we do need to start planning for what in-person return will look like. I certainly applaud the IM&T department and Tom and the communications team for their ability to pull off these Zoom meetings. I think that they are far more seamless than what we have ever anticipated. And so the technology will help us when we go into kind of maybe a hybrid model as we jump forward. So, just looking down, we're safe through all the meetings we have in April now. We know that, but it's going to come up at some point where we're going to hit a wall. I'm certainly watching for guidance on that. Any kind of the, legal listservs that pop through my way, I'm keeping an eye on it. It's not like we're alone here. I noted that I just looked at the Syracuse website. It looks like they are remaining at least through April. April 14th is their next published meeting. They are continuing to be virtual. Buffalo doesn't have anything past March 31st, so I don't know what they're doing. The main thing that comes into play for us is, obviously the setup of the room. Are we going to allow people to come into it to observe, or is it going to be, board members in person and people on, the audience via Zoom, speakers? We do have a requirement that, under the open meetings law, that we have to make facilities available for the public, but then you combine that with the concerns of safety as far as spacing and crowd gathering and all that. And as we get closer to the date, we'll have a better idea as to where we stand with all of that. But I think we wanted to at least broach the topic and get people talking. We never changed the policies that we have. The board bylaws don't technically say anything other than that we conform with the public officers law. The video conferencing policy, which is 2350, which you were all given as part of the packet, I believe. It's relatively short. We actually changed this a few years ago, and in order to kind of expand the use of certain technologies. At that time, we added FaceTime, and it does allow a board member to do it. It says that we can have no more than one board member participating via video conference. Obviously, that is we've been doing a lot more than that of late. So I don't know that we need to amend the video conferencing policy. I think we probably just craft a resolution where we vote to temporarily suspend whichever portions we want to do, to a date certain, and then decide if we want to renew it. That's probably the best way to handle it, rather than cutting a policy up, that has served us well in the past. Those are really the primary considerations. I think, if people have individual considerations with respect to health or why they can't be in person, we do not need to talk about those in public. We can bring that into executive session. But if there's a general consensus or somebody just has a personal feeling, we should be talking about that kind of openly, because that's the whole purpose of the open meetings law. So that's what we're setting the table for. I don't expect a resolution of this today. It's pretty complex, and honestly, I can't even give you the full scope of the law because they keep changing it every 5 days. So I'm not entirely sure where we're going to land.
I do also want to express to the board that I have been working very closely, or board staff has been working very closely with safety and security and with our communications team. And we have been meeting regularly. Thank you, Mike, for making everyone available to me. And we've been talking about the different ways that we could configure the boardroom to allow for social distancing. We're talking about staggering the dais to allow for board members to sit on the dais and then also on the floor as well. I've been talking to communications about how we will configure our current system to allow for kind of a hybrid so that you can access board meeting information from board docs directly on a tablet. And also how we could configure it so that Zoom could work seamlessly, because that has been a benefit, being able to show that live streamed, and the members of the public have really benefited from watching our board meetings. And so as we move back, we want to move back in a way that is in keeping with the level of transparency that we've been able to have over virtual template. So those are the things we're talking about. There's also talk about how we would let speakers into the room. If someone signs up to speak, if based on Steve's recommendation, following those laws and things, if we'd let them in one at a time, how many members of the public we could accept into the meeting, because as you know, the board meeting conference room has a certain capacity, and the board members and administration, you pretty much take up the capacity. So there is limited space for adding additional members into that room space. So, and then we're also talking about plexiglass and other things in between. One of the other major things that considering right now is the configuration of committee meetings, because we usually do those in a square, and we'll probably have to do those on the dais because of the setup that whatever we establish, we won't probably would be able to move it for a time. The square won't really allow for virtual zoning in and other things. So just want to put it on the table and open the floor for some discussion there.
I see Commissioner Powell and then Commissioner LeBron.
Thanks. I just need a little clarification on Steve's recommendation of a resolution to waive. Are you talking about, are you proposing a resolution that would allow us to continue 100% remote meetings in spite of a governor's mandate to return to normal?
No, I couldn't counsel you to violate the law. Should we not get a break on, if at some point the extensions end and they're not waiving the requirement that boards meet in person, we certainly couldn't allow everybody to appear virtually. I think that would not violate the. I think that would violate my understanding of the law. My recommendation is if we're going to have a situation where more than one board member is routinely going to be appearing via teleconference or video conference, that we would need to suspend the existing 2350 policy because it only allows for one person at a time. And I think it was really intended to be for more temporary situations. Somebody's on the road and important meetings coming up. I seem to recall President White doing it from Atlanta at least once. I think Commissioner Hallmark when she was transitioning down to Florida. So those are the times we've used it. We just want to be clear in a resolution, kind of giving, making sure that we're covered under our own authority to not be violating our own policy. But it would certainly have to be in conformity with the with the law as far as what that ends up looking like. And hopefully as other schools start to have to face this reality, we'll get a better sense as to what they're doing and how it's being accepted. It's just there's silence coming out. It's just not covered explicitly in any guidance that I've seen at the moment.
I understand better now what you're asking for. So, but the thing is, as you just said, until we do return to in-person meetings, we're not really going to have a sense of how onerous that might be on board members who, if we find ourselves in a position of having more than one board member wanting to Zoom or Skype in on any given meeting, that would, we're not going to know much in advance, I don't think. But what say you put together a resolution that could be voted on the day of a meeting that would waive the limit to one board member per meeting and waive it just on a meeting by meeting basis until we understand what the new normal really looks like.
We can handle it that way. I mean, I think that there's a couple, and obviously, we need to hear the will of the majority of the body as far as what actual steps we take. But I think that certainly having something in the pocket for meetings that become different than our norm is totally fine. I think we may want to have a resolution establishing, ultimately what our number of, who we're going to allow in the door, participation via, video conference and other things. And it may even be something that, we look to all of you as the voice of the, of the community. But we may want to find out if people actually prefer coming in via Zoom or video conference. It might be easier than coming down to central office. I honestly don't know what level of interest we're going to have. Those are the kind of things we need to start really gauging though. You know, is it going to be a flood of 100 people like we have sometimes, or is it a trickle of a few? And obviously that makes a big difference as well.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I guess, so for me, I would be fine with going back. Yeah, and I saw that the executive order is being extended. I'm watching it too, obviously, because right now in other roles that I have, we are also following this executive order, not meeting in person. And so I feel that the executive order really covers a lot of groups. So not just the Board of Education, but other elected bodies and certainly much larger size elected bodies in the state of New York. But with that said, I would be in favor of either some plexiglass or certainly some 6 feet social distancing setup. That would be my preference, as well as requiring masks for the board members while we're gathering, even though I don't know who's all been vaccinated and not, and I don't think you have to share that publicly because that's your business. But I still would like us to follow the same safety protocols that we're asking we're asking everybody to follow those protocols. If you're out in public, to wear a mask. If you're in meetings, to wear a mask. If you're socially distanced. So I would just be mindful that as we're wearing masks and we're Zooming, that we may need actual microphones like next to our mouths or under, or maybe it's the microphones that we have where we can have them close so that the public can hear us. Because I know in the past, we do utilize the microphones from the dais when we were going live. But if you don't have a microphone on, like when we had committee meetings, it's really hard to capture the audio that way. And so I think it would be a little bit more challenging with mask on, but certainly doable. So I appreciate that we're having this conversation. And I also, in terms of opening it up to the full public, I guess it would depend. I think we should cap it at a certain number of public individuals and then continue to offer the virtual option of viewing it through Facebook and YouTube. And certainly temperature checks, right, for board members and community members as they come into the building. And if anybody who has a temperature is turned away for that reason, and we're very clear. So again, all of us following those protocols that are in place everywhere else, I think we should be fine.
Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I just want to say I totally support in person. I've never not been in person since, and just be careful. And that's what I've been work together, look at the budget books together. And the beauty of it is when we're doing that, we can simultaneously Zoom, you know, and reach a lot.
You all set, Commissioner Adams? So this is what I would suggest. You've heard a number of comments today, Kalia, about.
You have Commissioner Clark, President White. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed that. I'm sorry, Commissioner Clark.
Oh, that's okay. I would agree with the comments stated earlier. I would support in-person meetings as long as all the safety precautions are met, and allowing the virtual option for the community, so that right now we have more community listening in on the meetings. So I would definitely support that, because basically if we're asking our teachers to go to the classroom, we should be willing to come to the board meetings.
All right, I'm looking at the list and I think I don't see anybody else raising their hands. I did want to say, given Commissioner LeBron, Commissioner Clark's, Commissioner Adams' comments, it appears, and I'm not sure where Commissioner Powell came out in terms of her comments, but I certainly would support a return, although I have ongoing concerns about how this disease is spread. And so picking up on Commissioner Clark's last comments, and I think Kalia, you said it as well, I would absolutely insist that a plan be developed to ensure the safety of board members and people who come to these meetings. But Kalia, you've already begun working on that. So my suggestion, unless there's some opposition, is that you continue to develop a plan. And by the way, board members should feel free to communicate with Kalia any suggestions about the mechanics of this safety. Obviously, we want to follow CDC guidelines and follow what our Monroe County Health Director has said. But if you have additional suggestions, I would suggest that you forward them to Kalia, who has indicated she's already begun looking at this quite a while ago. So she's gotten a bit ahead of the game here. And that Kalia, you have the authority, given what board members said today, to develop a plan, a proposal. That's not the ultimate, ultimately what the board will do, but please develop a plan about how we could return to in-person meeting and develop a plan to ensure the safety of anybody who steps into that room. And obviously you have wonderful resources available to you. I tried to contact the Monroe County School Boards Association today to see what other folks are doing. And I hope to speak to the executive director tomorrow. But should I get anything from that, I will forward that to you. Any colleagues come up with any ideas, forward that to Kalia. And that what I suggest we do is, once you come up with that plan, that you present it to governance in the near future. We, as Steve said, we have about till the end of April. Hopefully that gives you enough time. If you can't get it on governance, then we'll just put it on a special committee meeting. But present a proposal to the board, Kalia, from all the various resources you have, so that we know how we're going to return to in-person meetings, so as to ensure the safety of everybody who is involved. Does anybody have any comments or concerns about that particular proposal? Does that make sense to everybody? Any objections to it? Kalia, you think you can get us something before the pumpkin turns, the chariot turns back into a pumpkin at the end of April?
Yes, thank you. I will work. We've been working, so I will.
You have
a meeting on the agenda, and Commissioner Malloy will be joining those meetings now. I do want to throw that out there. So we have a meeting set up, I believe, for this week to work with Glenn, Mike's team, safety, communications, and we're gonna get something together. So.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, we'll just expect to see something from Kalia in the immediate future, and we'll make some final decisions based on her proposal. Okay, Kalia, was there anything else under? There was that video conferencing, board bylaws, attendance.
I have one final thing, which is very quick. I just wanted to share on my screen really quickly. We are moving forward with planning for the 21-22 board meeting schedule. One of the action items in the state monitor's plan was to try and reduce the number of meetings that we are having. And so I put together a template for what we currently have, and then I want to talk to the board really briefly about how you see this maybe changing. So this here is essentially how we met this year. With some changes, ESA, we had to double up a couple times with some committees because it was recently as a committee in October. But currently I have ESA meeting monthly, as well as finance meeting monthly starting in July. Policy governance I have scheduled, as we currently do, to meet the first Tuesday of the month. Audit is on it's a quarterly schedule technically, but they have to meet certain months of the year, so they must meet in October, December, March, and March and May. And so that's where you see some changes here. I have HR and CIGR kind of on a quarterly schedule. There are, we have to work around holidays and break weeks and things like that. So this is what it looks like right now with what the current understanding of meetings is. But if we want to reduce, I have to come to the board and ask the board where it is that you would like to reduce meetings, or if you want to continue on with the same meeting schedule. I know CIGR and HR have been meeting less as committees, and I don't know if commissioners who chair those committees want to touch on that and you know, advocate in another way. I do also want to point out that our Board of Education meetings are every fourth Thursday at 6:30. That is standard. There's only a change when the months are shorter or there is a holiday. So essentially, outside of what is otherwise noted, we meet on the fourth Thursday of the month for the business meetings, and we utilize all Tuesdays of the month except for the fifth Tuesday. If it is a fifth Tuesday, there's no board meeting because that is a planning week. So that's one way that I was able to reduce meetings, is if it is a fifth Tuesday. So essentially, I can tell you, we won't have a meeting in, I believe there are about 4 months that we don't have a meeting because the months are extra long, and we can reduce the meeting on the fifth Tuesday. But as it is right now, this is what it is. So any thoughts? I'm gonna ask the board to weigh in on that.
Let me look at the participant list. I see Vice President Elliott is raising her hand.
Well, what I was thinking is that, you know, we were, you know, the 3 board members to a committee, meaning that every board member did not have to necessarily attend all of the meetings. And so that helped to reduce the meetings in terms of having every board member required to be at those meetings. However, if there were board meeting members who wanted to attend those meetings who may not have been members of those committees, they were certainly able to do that. But at the same time, I don't know if in fact that did reduce the number of meetings. It reduced the number of members who had to attend those meetings. I think part of the issue is when you have all 7 of us together, we have all different opinions. We all want to express our opinions, and that really makes the meeting very long, you know. So, and you know, I'm thinking of, you know, our board staff that tries to put times on those meetings, and we tend to exceed in most instances, and I'll say most, we tend to exceed the time limits. And so, you know, we have to, I think, control, you know, the conversation that we're having to say. Let me just say it for me, everything that we say is not necessarily important to say. And so we have to control, you know, that which we're saying, which I believe will reduce at least the time, the amount of time that we spend in these meetings. So the other thing I think of is, I think the city council tends to do this, they have all of their meetings on one day, you know, like a Thursday, and those committees are back to back. I don't know how well that would work, but that may be an idea too, to have committee meetings on just one day, and you know, they go back to back. But again, I'm not sure how that will work out. And then the question becomes, should we have all of these different committees, and could the work that we're doing, could that be in a business meeting? I'm not sure. I'm just throwing those things out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. I do agree with all the observations that Cynthia made, but I also think there has been real value to all board members being present at all meetings, because everyone is much more familiar with the material now, especially things like the policy committee. I mean, if we can't trust our colleagues to carry our best thinking when there's only 3 of us, then we end up rehashing everything when it gets presented to the board, the full board. So I think we need to keep going as we have been, perhaps for the next year, and into the integration of the next new board members, which would be, they'll still be struggling to catch up at this time next year.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I just want to actually agree with Commissioner Powell on that. And I think that was part of the reason why we moved to committee of the whole. And certainly, if trust is lacking, then yes, it puts us in a predicament that if things do have to be rehashed or people are asking repetitive questions. Personally, I would love to reduce meetings, but the reality is there's always work to be done. And we all made a choice consciously to run for office and be here to do this work. So for me at this point, it is what it is. We should all be together. We should all be hearing the information. And then also nobody can really say that they just didn't know. We were all hearing the information and receiving the information at the same time. But what I will say is that when Dr. Aquino, made some of these recommendations, it certainly was not so that these committee meetings then are packed with business items before the meeting. And that is what I believe has been making our meetings long. When we first started, they were just straight up committee meetings. We would go right into committees and occasionally have speakers, which obviously because we're all there, we should still continue to allow that practice. But having resolutions being added, other topics that have nothing to do with the committee topics at hand. For me, all of that should be saved for the board business meeting. And it's going to be on administration, right? To be mindful of the time and manage those things, but we should not be conducting business meetings before our committee meetings. And the committees should be just focused on what the topic is at hand. And I think that is the best way we're going to manage our time as we move forward. But again, when Dr. Aquino made those recommendations, it certainly wasn't with the vision of what we've morphed this into, which is having all of these additional items added before the topic at hand, or the purpose for us to meet for the committee that day.
Okay, I don't see anybody else listed on the participant list. Just wanted to note, I was originally a fan of the 3-member committee structure, but I too believe that the current structure that we have serves us best, to have everybody there at the same time, hearing the same information. I also think, to keep it real, we have trust issues. Not unusual in a legislative body to have trust issues. We're not alone in that regard, but we clearly have them. And so when you have that kind of environment, it just isn't wise, I think, to have 3 people vet information, because what ends up happening is if there's trust issues with those 3 members or one of them, then you have to repeat the whole conversation again, and there has to be some convincing done. So I think that where we are in terms of our evolution, this approach is the best for us. I do think that the administration and the board president have to be very diligent and preparing the agendas, and board staff, and making sure that we keep to that agenda. I also think that board members perhaps have to be willing to hear a board president invoke the rules about how long you have to speak. If these meetings are to be shorter, because if these meetings can be shorter because sometimes we talk too long, then we have to enforce our board bylaws. I think there's been a reluctance on any board president, not just me, to do that because we want democracy to be free flowing. But if your priority is that sometimes people are talking and they're talking too long, or they've talked before, there's clearly language in the bylaws that would prevent that kind of thing from happening. So I'm personally supportive of continuing in the way it is, and I'm not sure where the conversation came about too many meetings, but this is the other point I want to make. We are conducting the business, and by the way, I don't think the idea of fewer meetings came from a board member who doesn't want to do the work. I don't think that's where that came from. I think that there's generally this view that maybe we meet too much. I got to tell you, Although I thought when we met in groups of 3, that was the way to do it. I think how we meet now, I haven't found any meeting to be like a waste of time, or the agendas, while there may be things added on, generally speaking, the agendas are appropriate. They cover important information. And I think in this context, again, to give ourselves some credit, I think we've operated pretty effectively and efficiently with this new structure. And by the way, this idea, this approach to have all board members, and it even predates the Dr. Keno. Some folks might have disagreed with her, but Commissioner Hallmark pushed that as governance chair. And we did some changes. And then when Dr. Keno came along, we did some more changes. This is an ongoing evolution of this board. And I just want to say, I think the current structure, although I wasn't originally supportive of it, I think it works well. Vice President Elliott.
Yeah, so how do we respond to Dr. Jallo's recommendation? Are we saying no to her recommendation?
We
We're
can
gonna do it the way we want to do it.
Well, I wouldn't put it like that.
We probably wouldn't write that exactly the way I said, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
She's made a recommendation as state monitor. How are we going to respond to that? I mean, I'm hearing all of the rationale that's being offered. I agree with some of it. So are we saying that we're going to continue the way we are because we tend to get, because of the comments that were made, they're valid comments. So how do we reconcile that?
Well, I know Dr. Jallo is still in the room, but if she wants to respond, she can. I see Commissioner Adams has signed on to raise his hand.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I totally agree with Vice President Elliott's analysis that everything that we say is not important. It's us that we keep the meetings going too long. There's never too many meetings. It's just they are too long because we have a lot of business. It's a lot of business to help run this district. So a meeting every day is fine, as long as it's like a drive-by, but don't let it be, we're like overnight on some of these meetings. And so that's my issue. We have to control our desire to talk about the weather. You know what I'm saying? And I'm done.
Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, so I think the one perspective that hasn't been touched on is there are 26 participants in this meeting right now, most of whom are key staff people who have to get up and go to work tomorrow. And they're going to go to work less than productive because they're exhausted. And I'm not sure that those 26 people need to be on this, in part of this conversation. So if there's a way to front load the agenda so that only the people who need to be here are here and the rest can, rest up and get ready for the next day, that's what we should be doing.
Well, I mean, if we were to literally use this day as an example, what follows this conversation is the policy committee. And I don't know whether in the agenda, I see Steve's name is on there. I don't know if any of other of Leslie's teams are on there, but there is the executive session that we have to have afterwards. So but I also want to look at this, and I know there have been meetings where people, myself included, but I'm not the only one, let's be clear about it, have talked longer than they should. And I know I'm not the only person in the room that's done that. But I want to use today as an example, and I think it's not the only meeting where we can use it as an example, where the conversation has been robust, perhaps long, but the questions that were asked, the responses that were given, and by the way, we're not the only ones that talk at these meetings. District leadership teams, they speak. If we just use today as an example, even my comments right now, I do not believe that even though we're beyond our schedule point, that this has been an unproductive meeting. So I don't think the test should be, do we have, and by the way, anybody who's been around for a while knows this is nothing compared to what we used to do. We used to go into 11:30, 12 o'clock at night several years ago. That was not unusual. Not saying that justifies that, but this conversation alone, Yes, it will add 15 minutes to this meeting. But who among you would say that this isn't a valuable conversation or a necessary conversation? We got Dr. Jallo getting ready to speak, but if we were to say, oh, it's gone on too long, it'll have us here because we still got to do policy, we wouldn't hear from Dr. Jallo. I think we have to be mindful that, yeah, we sometimes people do talk, but when people talk, whether it's board members or district staff people, it's important conversation. Dr. Jallo?
So quickly, I think that you do have a lot of meetings. I mean, compared to your peers and compared to other districts, you do have a lot of meetings when you look at the number of meetings that you have during the month. I mean, even a reduction of 1 meeting per month would be a step in the right direction. The issue isn't the value of the conversations or the value of the meetings. I think that's agreed. If you really want to discuss it, not tonight, the issue is trust. And because you don't trust each other, you're willing to have all these extra meetings, and you're going to run out of time for meetings, right? Where the issue is really around trust. And that's really the undergirding issue that needs to be addressed. I just wanted you to look at ways to possibly reduce the number of meetings. And it might be just moving one of your committee meetings to be part of your business meeting. That would be a reduction. It's not lessening the information that's shared or the value of the conversation. I just need you to think about how you can move to a place where you have somewhat fewer number of meetings and perhaps at some point address the issues of trust, which will eventually come to a point where you just can't have another meeting. You have to deal with the underlying issue.
Commissioner LeBron and then Vice President Elliott.
Yeah, no, Dr. Jallo, as you were saying that, what I was thinking behind, even before you started talking, was like maybe we could even move finance to be a part of the business meeting, and not every month, but maybe every other month, and work with administration so that on the months that it's not just straight finance reports, that we're, condensing topics the following month to go over. But then just having the finance piece of it during the board business meeting. So I'm willing to have those conversations, Kalia and Carlene and Dr. Myers. So maybe we have our finance previews next Friday. So Kalia, if you want to come in and take some time on that agenda, maybe we can plot out an opportunity to kind of revamp starting July 1, to have finance meet as committee of the whole every other month, and then every other month as part of the board business meeting. So the focus on the board business meetings then would just be a finance reports. And then any other additional reports and topics that we need to cover, we can do it in that other month where we're meeting as committee of the whole, and that's the focus only. So I should be able to reduce at least 6 meetings. Let me just put that out there. Bam.
Well, it appears, just to summarize this conversation so we can have our next policy committee meeting, it appears that it seems that the board wants to continue on with the present format. The only question which remains is there a meeting or a committee meeting that could be consolidated or canceled? So rather than continue on this discussion tonight, Kalia, let's you and I talk. Obviously, Commissioner LeBron has an idea about finance. Any other chairperson? Why don't we, I need to have my normal conversations with chairs anyways. Why don't we talk about, I'll tell you what I'll do. Given the fact that this is one of the bylaw rules regarding the board president, I will meet with the chairs that are inclined to meet with me, and we'll discuss, as I'm required, as you're required to, under the bylaws, about what flexibility you have in terms of maybe taking your committee and consolidating it. And let's see if we can work something out through those conversations. We'll communicate it to, I'll talk to Kalia about it, and then we'll revisit this agenda item in a governance committee, hopefully within the next month or two. So, because again, it seems that everybody wants to continue on in this format, committee of the whole. But the question is, can we lose a meeting or two as we continue on with this approach? And I will use the bylaw requirements that I and committee members, committee chairs meet to see if we can identify an opportunity to reduce our meetings by 1 or 2 meetings a month. Anybody have any objection to that approach? Yes.
No,
yes.
I don't have any
Uh-huh.
objection, but for me, I would actually like to meet with Carlene and Kalia and the finance team and also Dr. Myers-Smalls to kind of see how realistically we can align it. But I do think that my committee could align that way. But I certainly would want to meet with them before I meet with you, just to have a actual solid plan. So we're not talking in circles, and
right.
here's the plan we develop and how can we move forward, and then present it to the full board.
Yeah, that makes sense. And by all means, the same approach could be taken by any committee chair. If you want to talk to, the liaison to your committee from the administration, if you want to talk to the superintendent, yeah, if you can come to our meeting with some plan, hey, that works for me. So yeah, absolutely. So just as Commissioner LeBron suggested, if there's any chair out there that wants to meet with your liaison with the administration or the superintendent, and then we coordinate a conversation based on that, that'll work too. So Kalia, let's work on that approach. I don't know that Francine's probably settled in for the night, but if you could communicate with her that I want to set up those committee chair meetings and with that as the topic, okay? Kalia?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yes, I will do so.
Oh, okay, great. All right, so I think that's it, right, Kalia? Will board calendar
Yes,
meeting?
that's it for governance.
That's it.
Now it's policy.
All right, Commissioner Powell, the gavel is yours.
Thank you so much. So we should be able to tick through a lot of these quickly. Others will take more time. Is Rahima with us?
Yes, Commissioner Powell.
Oh, there you are. Hi. Good to see your smiling face. If you could get us started with the policy manual subcommittee update. Oh,
sure.
I'm sorry. You asked me to start the meeting by reminding folks that we need a parent representative, that we had a resignation a couple months ago, and we're still looking for a replacement. So any parents out there that are interested in actively participating in the policy committee, call into central office or email Rahima Wynn or Kalia Wade, and let it be known, okay? Go ahead, Rahima.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Good evening, everyone. The Policy Manual Subcommittee continues to meet bi-weekly on Wednesdays. We have now successfully reviewed the Part 1 and Part 2 of the special education policies, and those will be forthcoming to the May Policy Committee of the Whole meeting. We have sent out the third and final part of special education policies to the CPAC committee as well as cabinet for input, and hopefully those will be forthcoming and we will be able to put those on the June agenda. We will be beginning the review of the school series policy in our April 14th bi-weekly meeting. Thank you.
Awesome. And we don't have any NISBA policy updates needed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we just tick through the discussion items, I'd like to back up to policy 2300. A copy of the track changes was sent out with the other attachments for today's meeting. It only has one substantive change, and that's the last sentence in section 10. I did tell you about this last month, and I'm hoping that the committee will advance it to the full board. It's simply a correction that I noticed, and a correction to the policy. Yeah, you'll see it momentarily. There you have it. For some reason, the last sentence of section 10 referred back to section 9, but you'll notice that section 9 is a single paragraph section and clearly was not the intention. I think at some point a new section had been inserted and it was not corrected. So if the body is in support of making this technical correction, I would love to vote it out of committee, if I could have a motion.
Vice President Elliott has her hand up, Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Powell, one of the things that I thought about when we looked at this policy previously is the role of the vice president.
Right.
It seems that there's only a couple of responsibilities for the role of the vice president. And I thought that perhaps we can, as a board, take this back to the governance committee and talk about additional responsibilities of the board. For example, I believe that the president signs a lot of documents for the district. What happens in the case that the president is not available? You know, who signs those documents? And so I'm thinking at some point the governance committee needs to look at what would be additional responsibilities for the office of vice president. So, you know, I don't know if we just can, you know, take this and advance it, but bring it back. But I'm thinking that this may be an opportunity to have the governance committee to of the whole to consider what other responsibilities the vice president role could undertake.
Thank you for reminding me of that conversation. I do think it's something we can revisit. I'm anxious to expedite this only because it's clearly an error. But if you and perhaps the board president in one of your regular meetings were to draft up a proposal, something that can be the basis for conversation, I think that, and then as you say, the governance committee would be the proper forum for that, to have that discussion. Yeah, it's not lost on me. I do remember you mentioning it before, but until we have a concrete proposal up for discussion, I'm kind of at a loss as to how to move forward on that.
Motion.
Let me just say, so the only change is the change in terms of the number of the section.
Yeah, what you see on the screen right
Okay.
now. And I have a motion from Commissioner Adams.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner LeBron. Madam Clerk, if you could take that down and we can do a Brady Bunch screen, I'll take a vote. Kalia? Or Rahima, are you driving? Okay.
I got it.
Kalia, you're on mute. Oh.
Thank you. Okay, I wasn't even sure I was driving the screen at that point. So if you can see us all, Kalia, all in favor, out of committee and into the full board, say aye.
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 Thank.
Commissioner Powell,
Yes.
just to finish up what Vice President Elliott was saying, Cynthia, Vice President Elliott, why don't we either at an officers meeting or at McDonald's over there in the Northeast, sit down and talk about the details and get that, flesh something out so we can present it at a governance committee meeting.
Sounds good, Mr. President.
Okay.
Okay, super. The next item on the agenda is code of conduct. This is probably the longest single segment of the policy committee, and I'm going to turn the gavel over to Steve Carlin.
You?
Are you there?
Yep, I'm here. I'm here all night. Rahima, can you give me?
Yep, you should be all set, Steve.
I am. All right, good. So I just make sure I get the right one up. Right.
Are we waiting for screen share? Okay.
Yep, I think this is, hopefully this is what I'm looking for. Can you guys see the changes of the code of conduct title screen?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. So it's been a long process. I haven't even been involved in a lot of it. Want to walk you through and remind you where we came from. So the School Climate Advisory Committee, which was formed in June of 2017, so almost 4 years ago, consisting of students, staff, parents, community members. They reviewed the prior code of conduct, offered a lot of questions, a lot of changes. There were multiple forums, a lot of meetings. The group was convening bi-weekly for a year. They produced a very extensive set of written recommendations, commentary, questions. They worked with, again, with internal and external district partners. So all sorts of members of the community. It was kind of a changing group as it went along. I know Commissioner Funches was a prime stakeholder in a lot of this work. I kind of came into it at the end, working. Carl Christoph was involved with this group a lot as well. I kind of came into it when I took over this role. The two people who I worked with a lot were Rosemary Rivera and Chuck Allen, so I certainly want to thank them. Those are the people I had direct contact with. Melody Martinez Davis from district administration, and of course Kalia and Rahima, all instrumental in getting us through over the finish line. But we are here. There's certainly a lot of thoughtful work, a lot of concerns. Really the primary focuses, lessening punitive and exclusionary responses. So trying to lessen the amount of suspensions, the amount of punishment, and trying to make it more of a restorative opportunity, teachable opportunities. Obviously there's certain times when that's just not appropriate, but trying to get more of that in, which is very consistent with the way this district's been changing since I've been here. And very much something that Commissioner Funch has embodied. So how we did that, and a lot of parts of the disciplinary matrix, which is the prime grid around what around discipline, which we'll walk through. There were a lot of instances where there were minor behaviors that were listed as examples of violations that I think people thought, now were really not appropriate for the level of disciplines that were available for that. In some cases, we just eliminated the higher levels of discipline. We took suspensions right off the table. And in a lot of instances, we added the lower level, the introductory intervention type responses, either classroom-based or school-based or administrator-based interventions to remind people that this is, oftentimes more about being restorative and getting kids back on track and keeping them in the classroom, allowing them to learn. Another thing we did was we significantly overhauled the guidance on both the district, by the districts, I mean the administrations and students' interactions with law enforcement. We added a lot more protections for students. We lessened the opportunities where in some cases it allowed police calls that I think a lot of people deemed, in some of those instances not be appropriate. At least by the administration be making. Certainly we can't restrict the rights of students and parents who feel they've been victimized to call the police. And the last thing we did was we rearranged several of the sections because it was kind of a mess. There were a lot of times when there was actually the same behavior listed in different sections, sometimes even with different disciplines. This is what happens when you end up with codes that are piecemealed over years, things get missed. This is the most comprehensive cleanup of a policy I think I've ever been involved in. It was extensive. The number of drafts that, Rahima and Kalia were saying to me, and I said, yep, we're done, and then pick up one more thing. And even when I was building this presentation, we picked up a few things. So I think that overall the product is a very good one. I'm certainly proud of the work that was done. So first thing, notable changes, principles. This is not the school-based principles. This is the overall guiding principles. The only significant change was the principle number 12, which since the code was last done years ago, it didn't have a lot of the DASA definitions of protected classification. So when you're instituting discipline, it's supposed to be done in a non-discriminatory manner. And it had a lot of what we consider the traditional federal and state law protected classifications, but it didn't have creed, citizenship status, which is a very important one, especially in the last 4 years, gender identity or expression, that's a new, and predisposing genetic characteristics, which is part of a state law that was implemented several years ago that was not picked up. So that's all in there now, and it carries through many times throughout the code. When we start talking about no discipline, no discrimination, this is what we're talking about. Also no harassment, this is what we're talking about. It's all updated consistently. So with respect to families, referral to law enforcement has been limited as far as an administrator calling for law enforcement. It's only allowed now if a parent's been notified that it's going to happen, unless there's an imminent risk to safety. So obviously if someone's running around with a weapon, someone's causing really serious bodily harm, the police have to be called for the safety of the individuals, the victims. But if it's something more routine where the incident's already occurred and they're aware of it, but there's no ongoing issue, then the parent needs to be notified and before the police are called to intervene. And so I think that's definitely a theme that we saw from the School Climate Advisory Committee. Again, this does not limit a student's or a parent's right to call the police, though, which is truly when that intervention should be applied, is if somebody believes they're a victim, they should be the ones making the report, not necessarily generated by the school. So kind of enhance the student's rights. These are more like reminders, consistent with due process. A student has the right to access school policies, the regulations, the rules. They're supposed to be made aware so that they know what they might be violating, because some of these things are not necessarily intuitive. Schools have individual rules. They should make people aware of those if they're different than other schools. That just gives kids a right, an understanding of what expectations they're being held to. Again, including the DASA in the students' rights section. And then a student's due process rights very explicitly. So if they do violate a rule, they have the absolute right to present their version of what happened to the disciplinary authority, the principal, the assistant principal, before the discipline is administered. And so that's consistent with the due process rights as we understand them for most people out in society. And so, a theme that runs through what we did with this is to try and level kids' rights so that they're the same in school as they would be outside of school. Staff expectations. So staff are expected to demonstrate not only a passion for teaching, but an understanding about how to drive equitable student achievement, which squares with the new name for the ESA committee. And I think that's good to tie things like that together. And then, assisting students in coping with, some of the things that are becoming much more prominent in our society, the peer pressure, the social media, the emotional problems that derive from that. And principles of expectations. Principals are expected to ensure that, everybody has the opportunity to communicate, to have open access to administrators, to the principal, to, address concerns that they have so that it doesn't rise. So things don't boil over, they can be addressed quickly. So let me just give you a basic reminder of discipline levels. The matrix is built around a set of misconduct and the available disciplines that the person who's administering discipline would have to them. There's 5. There's 4 levels of discipline and a referral. So we didn't change these at all. These are the same. Level 1 are what we call classroom interventions and responses, or sometimes a student support team, which may be a small team, within the school building that's built around providing direct restorative practice, social emotional supports, de-escalation, things like that. No suspension available for that. Level 2 was more intensive, support staff and administrative interventions, usually parental involvement. Again, de-escalation. These, again, no suspensions available for level 1 and level 2 together. I see that Commissioner Elliott has raised her hand. If you have a very specific question, I'm happy to answer it in the middle of this, but I'd love to also get through it without tons of questions. So Commissioner Elliott, I'm happy, or Vice President Elliott, I'm happy to recognize you if you think your question needs to be answered at the moment.
Steve, she's saying no, that's fine. I don't know. if
No,
you
I
can
just
see.
wanted to, when you're finished.
Absolutely, no problem. Okay. Level 3 would be a suspension that we consider short-term, which is 5 days or less. And then a level 4 is an extended suspension, which is for over 5 days. And as you know, those are required to go before a hearing officer, who is somebody that we have here on staff. And then finally, this referral to law enforcement is listed in the matrix for some things. It's allowable in some instances, although we have scaled back when it's allowable for an administrator to call the police. It's required in 1 or 2 very extreme cases. The one that I think of off the top of my head is a forcible sexual assault. We are required to notify law enforcement of that. So I'm going to start walking through the most notable changes to the matrix. These do cover most of the changes that were made. There are some, I'm not saying that it's everyone, but it's the ones that really probably are the most notable. So there's 2 different sections on what we consider bullying behaviors. There's threats bullying and cyberbullying, but then there's also harassment. To all of these categories, we didn't change the disciplines, but we added a notation that a DASA complaint may be filed. And that's the DASA coordinator at each school would determine if it's appropriate to file, but it's a reminder to staff that there is a DASA process. They need to report to the DASA coordinator if there's any threatening behavior, bullying, anything like that, the DASA coordinator should be made aware so that it doesn't become a persistent problem or a pattern, because under DASA, there's certain reporting requirements to the parent. There's, there's certain interventions that need to be done. So it's a reminder to people that something has to be taken up. Bus violations, we did restrict some of the behaviors that were listed. There were some very minor behaviors that could lead to significant potentially suspension. So now it's only a violation if there's what we quote a serious disruption. We removed several of the minor examples of misconduct, and now the only phrase is conduct causing the driver to stop the bus, and the level of intervention is 1 through 3. So there is a suspension possible, but that would have to be a relatively significant disruption, probably multiple occurrences, just like in a school. Classroom disruptions, the only consequences allowable now are a level 1 or a 2. This is, talking, this is being generally disruptive, nothing involving harm to another student, threatening behaviors. This is general, just kids being kids. This is level 1 and 2. The first, we expect the teacher to deal with it. If they are having trouble, we expect them to bring in, a building level assistance. And then insubordination, there were several things that were included under this. It was a very catch-all category, and one that I think was potentially subject to being over-implemented. So the only thing that's a violation now is refusal to be scanned. There's a level 1 through 3, and the conduct committee, the climate committee, as well as administration, really recognize that refusing to be scanned can lead to significant potential safety threats if there's a scanner in place and somebody refuses to go through it. There's certainly an expectation that there's a reason they don't want to go through it. So there are available for the safety of the other students. That's still available. So disrespectful behavior to staff. Again, this is using verbal insults or just mouthing off type stuff. Again, only a level or 1 or 2 consistent with classroom disruptions. They removed the suspension option for this. Now, if it gets to the point where it becomes harassment, in the other areas such as a bullying or a harassment, you can have that for students to staff as well, but it has to be pretty significant. Then you would move into the other categories for discipline and out of just the catch-all disrespectful behavior, much like insubordination. Drugs or controlled substances. There was a level 3 consequence for somebody being under the influence of either alcohol or drugs or inhalants. Suspension is no longer an option for somebody simply being under the influence. Really, the theory that everybody was in line with was we really need to encourage counseling and treatment and not exclusionary practices that would lead them possibly to continue to those behaviors. So parental intervention of counselors, possibly outside help is all there. In the case of having bringing drugs into the school, bringing things in for distribution, those have higher consequences because that affects other kids. But simply being under the influence, showing up to school drunk, really is something that needs to be treated rather than disciplined. Minor fighting, this is not talking about somebody breaking a nose. This is simply, minor fighting results in minor injury, the kind of scuffles that kids get into. There is no longer a referral to law enforcement as an option for that. Something causing significant injury, that is still something that potentially could have the police called, especially in an active situation. We would want that to happen. Misbehavior in non-instructional areas, which is hallways, maybe the cafeteria, things like that. Just again, being kids, running around, making noise, maybe throwing food. That lower level stuff is a level 1 or 2. These are counseling opportunities. If you fail to follow directions, something leading to the potential threat of harm, then you do have suspension on the table as an option, because you shouldn't be able to put other people in danger. So physical contact with school personnel, we rearranged this and changed the levels based on the age of the kids. Any kind of an unintentional or reckless physical contact with school personnel, running down the hallway and bumping into somebody, for example, was suspendable before. That's a level 1 or 2 consequence now, no suspension for the unintentional, or even reckless. Once you form an intent to physically attack someone, then there are more significant consequences. But for K through 6th graders, it's only up to a level 3. There's no more than a 5-day suspension available for that. And that would be after, unless it's really severe, it would be after some type of progressive, counseling. For 7th through 12th graders, there is a long-term suspension available and possible referral to law enforcement, at the discretion. But that would be for something we would consider to be pretty significant. That's not just ramming into somebody. That's really fighting and causing some serious injury. Portable electronic device use was one of these areas that we really needed to clean up. It was a mess. We now, it prohibits these things, the use of all sorts of portable electronic devices, cell phones, really the primary one. The first infraction requires a warning, and then we only allow a level 1 or 2 for successive violations. This is akin to yelling or just being disrespectful. In a lot of instances, they're not supposed to have them at all. They can take them away. But there were things like gaming and gambling, which had up to a suspension offense, which we just didn't understand as being something that was necessary. So that's been removed. And there was a section on using the devices to cause harm, which we took out simply because it's really a cyberbullying issue or harassment. I mean, it doesn't matter how you cause the harm to somebody through a bullying or a harassment. So we left that because it was confusing. Which section do I apply? Sometimes there are different levels of discipline. We tried to be very consistent, so you had kind of a one-stop shop for the behavior. Sexually based infractions, we had a really significant cleanup of this section as well, because there were sexually based offenses in several different parts of the code, and we wanted them in one place and tiered in essence in level of the offense. So consensual sexual activity is a 1 or a 2 only. This is truly consensual. This is not any type of coercion. This is not harassment. This is not touching. And it's certainly not forced sexual activity. This is counseling. This is interventions. This is call home, tell the parents what's happening. Sexual harassment, on the other hand, we're talking about a level 1 to 4, potentially, depending on the severity of the harassment, the age of the student, the age of the victim, the number of times it's happening, and possibly even refer to law enforcement if it's, an ongoing sexual harassment, where we can't take that, lightly. Forced sexual act, including any kind of unwanted sexual touching, is a mandatory level 4. It's a mandatory long-term suspension and a report to law enforcement. These are the kind of things that you really cannot tolerate in a school-based environment when you're talking about a forced sexual act. Note that's it for the matrix. The matrix is over. We're getting toward the end of this presentation. We did make a few other changes at the end. There's a lot of page is about expectations from the board as to how administration will apply the matrix, consequences of students being out of school, and then some appendix. So I'm just going to briefly run through a few of those. One is the board's expectations about alternative instruction. And I think this is from listening to all of you over years, this is something that's always been a concern. The board expects that students, administrators, teachers, and parents will make every effort to maintain academic progress. Even if a kid's removed from the school setting, they need to be prepared to re-enter into the school in the classroom. This is not an expulsion. This is not an exclusionary practice as a punishment. It's a removal from a situation, give people time to cool down, but they still have to maintain academic progress. And that's what the expectation is set at. This is what the climate committee came up with as the recommendation for the board to adopt as an expectation. And I think it's pretty good. As far as police and arrest, we've really put a lot of restrictions in here. The first thing I did was we cross-reference in here when we talk about our expectations about law enforcement to an appendix E that is pretty comprehensive, but also there's already policies on this. Board policy 5600 and the accompanying reg 5600R it very specifically requires guidance for law enforcement interactions with students, and it's very restrictive. It really, they have to have a search warrant or probable cause. And the 5600R, the reg, was written in response to the possibility of ICE coming to schools about 4 years ago. As I think you all remember, that was a scary time. And so it put some significant limitations. One of the most important things it did also was remind anybody that if they have any contact with police trying to come in to talk to kids, they have to call a law department immediately. I've been to schools many times for this. Every lawyer in here is trained how to handle that. We want to be able to make sure the kids' rights are protected. So we're all ready to go at a moment's notice. Really, again, ensuring that kids have the same rights in school as they have outside of school. And I don't think that that's an unrealistic expectation. That's what we would expect, for our own kids. So, police absent parental consent. The police are not allowed to question students under 18 unless they have either a search or arrest warrant or probable cause to believe that a crime has been committed on school property or a school function. Otherwise, they're going to have to wait to either do it outside of school. We're not going to let them in just to wander around and talk to kids. And again, if they present with a search or an arrest warrant, I need to see it, or somebody in my department needs to see it before we're going to let them, get the kids. And there's a reminder for arrests. The school principal or other administrator has to contact the parent immediately if a student is arrested, and they have to contact me immediately. I've actually been present at the arrest of a few kids, and we stand there and make sure that it's all done respectfully and that there's the proper paperwork, and it's just the best we can do. Sometimes we can't do anything to intervene, but we're there to obviously make sure that it goes proper. As far as respect for their rights and that they have a warrant or other arrest instrument. Searches, this is for administration searches. Searches of students' property is allowed. The administrator has to have reasonable suspicion. They often call our department on these things first just to make sure, which I think is always good, especially if the kid's at like a field trip. We've had things like that, suspicion of drugs on field trips. We are allowed to look through their bags, but we want to be able to make sure that, it's not just being done randomly. However, there's very explicit language that strip searches of students are expressly prohibited under this policy. Removal of clothing in an effort to look for things. It's actually legal, but I think prohibiting it by policy is a smart thing to do. There are several cases in the Supreme Court where this has been upheld, but by policy you can restrict that. And then into the appendix. One notable change in Appendix C, in order to ensure that the discipline's being applied equitably and not discriminatory, administrators are expected to monitor their teachers' referrals, and those with high rates of referrals and some type of potential disparities among student subgroups, whatever they may be. Those administrators are expected to have the conversation, intervene, call their school chiefs, and figure out what the reason for that is, and offer well, offer support, uncover the challenges, and if the case warrants it, then documentation and discipline. And finally, in Appendix E, this is one we really cleaned up. This was built around having SROs in schools, which we do not anymore. And so I wanted to significantly modify this because it didn't make sense to have a policy that allowed a lot of kind of free interchange between police without the SROs being in there, just to have the police come in. So this is where we built the same. Law enforcement access is significantly limited to the buildings, as we just covered, but also enhancing people, reminding people that they are under an obligation to cooperate with CPS if CPS comes in. There's very explicit guidance now under the social services law that if CPS shows up, they get to talk to the kids. Parents can't object, parents don't get to intervene. It's about protecting the kids. So we put those reminders in there as well. Appendix C is now much shorter, but provides, less access for law enforcement and more cooperation. So that's it. Those are the significant changes. We will float around a sorry, I just have to stop sharing. There we go. Now I can see all of you. We will float around a red line copy of the Code of Conduct, the Policy 1400, for everybody to look at in a clean copy. There is a public hearing on April 22nd, I believe, and for public comment on the code, which we will have up. And then once we get the public comment, we'll seek any administrative input on the comment. And then look at that, very nice flyer, Rahima. And then we'll be pushing this through the policy, the regular policy procedures for adoption after we hear from everybody. So I know there were some hands up. Rahima, I don't think I can see it when the screen is up like this, though. Okay, so Vice President Elliott, I saw you had your hand up first, I believe, and then Commissioner Adams.
I really just wanted to thank the community and the staff of the district and the board. I mean, this was a long, probably sometimes arduous process, but it really speaks to how all of these different stakeholders can come together and work on a project that's been, in my mind, quite successful. And so I really only wanted to thank everybody who's been involved in that from the inception. And we would be remiss if we did not also acknowledge former Commissioner Mary Adams, who was also a very significant, had very significant input into this process. But having said that, there are a couple of questions that I'd like to ask from the presentation. And so, Steve, the first one has to do with suspensions and how would the hearing process work at this point? Because one of the concerns is that when the board got the, whatever that is called, in many instances, the students were off suspension. And it was, a lot of weeks, months sometimes, before the notice came to the board. So with the reduction in the days of suspensions, what does that mean for the process that the board has to approve?
Well, so there's, the board only hears appeals on the long-term suspensions over 5 days. Those are the ones that go to a hearing officer, okay? The hearing officer is required to have a hearing in a very short time frame. She's required to issue a decision. Within a few days, the decision goes to the administration to review it, and then a decision on putting the suspension forward would be implemented. At that time, the parent then is given a time frame. I believe it's 30 days, Kalia, Rahima.
Correct.
See, the parent has 30 days to appeal. And often the reason you guys aren't hearing them is because the parents wait to the end of the 30-day cycle after so if the suspension's for 15 days or 20 days, and then they still have the right to appeal because you can clean it off the record, you can expunge it, but sometimes the time's been served by the time you all hear it, because they have 30 days to file their appeal. Then it goes to, to the board staff who can't turn it around in the same day. Obviously, we got to, review it and do some background and listen. I mean, Callie does a ton of work when she does these appeals. She listens to the hearing. She, makes some recommendations to you all. I see her popping on screen. I know she loves that. And then we have to find a meeting to actually bring it to you guys. So sometimes, I mean, the delay can be as long as 45 days from implementation, simply because of processing. But it's nothing. We can't force. We don't want to shorten the parents' appeal window, right? I mean, we want to give them the maximum amount of time to file if they want, because it still can take it off the permanent record. But as far as getting the kid back into school, sometimes you're right, it's too late. I acknowledge that, but I'm not sure there's a whole lot we can do about expediting the timeframes without limiting the parents' right. Because I know on our end, the hearings are held very quickly, and the administration turns the responses around very quickly, because I see them. But that's just kind of the nature of the timing. I'm not sure what else to say.
I might offer something, Steve.
Absolutely.
I think to your question, Vice President Elliott, in the past with other administrations, suspension terms were extended, like 60 days or 90 days or 120 days, semester, until the next marking period, until the end of the school year. Those kinds of things were coming in. And so that's where, when they would appeal, sometimes they would appeal a month into it. Like they would go, I'm going to send my kid into this links program and see how it goes. And then they get 35 days in and they're like, no, I don't think I want to have this student go until and that's when they appeal. And so at that point, the board considers and then tries to put it back. I think you will find with the code of conduct taking a more restorative approach. And also, I don't know if Dr. Meyer Small wants to weigh in on how she also is looking at term limits as well. You might not have, we might not have the same level of appeals, one, because of how we're approaching the term limits, but also because just the significance of how long they're out, they're out for. So I think that will kind of address things. Now, where there is an appeal that comes in, say if the student has been put out for 5 days, it comes into us, the student's probably back in school by the time. So, that will also help to reduce the level of time students are out of school.
I'll just follow up. Thank you, Callie. You said that just perfectly. There are two things that are really important here. One, we need to make sure that it is explicit that you do have the ability to appeal. So I was reviewing those documents recently, and I was talking to Steve about that. So making sure we really even have just a separate sheet that describes step by step the process for which a parent or a caregiver would need to go through. And then, as Kalia said, the approach that I bring to the table and Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis brings the same approach, is that we are very restorative in nature, because the goal is to have this behavior not to continue to repeat and to suspend over and over and over again. And so we'll be putting some additional stop gaps in as far as communications with families and with students. And Steve and I had the discussion either today or very recently that with the chiefs of schools, that we're also going to do some training and have some conversations with the principals around this process as well. So, just continually suspending our scholars out of school over and over again is not going to get it. And we really need to help them to figure out how to repair the harm so this behavior does not continue.
And I have a couple other questions. One is, the second to the last question is about the code aligning with the union contracts. Because, we don't want to have a code of conduct, but the union contracts are saying something else. And I recall, for example, a student getting suspended because this is years ago, but getting a community leader called that a student got suspended because of the teacher touched, the student touched the teacher's hair, and the student was brought up on assault charges. So I just want to make sure that the kind of intention that we have with the code of conduct is the same intention that's also going to be in our union contracts. That, here we are as a district and as a board, wanting to ensure that, we are treating our, that we're reducing the kind of harm and intention, in terms of, the impact that the previous code has on our kids. But we also need to have our union contracts and teachers and others to also support this code of conduct, and it needs to be, in my view, in some way written in the contracts. I hope I said that okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, to the extent, I mean, you're talking about legislating, behaviors and understandings, which is difficult. There's nothing currently in the union contracts that would contradict what's in the code. I mean, the teachers don't get to make up they have to follow the policies and procedures we put in place. What you're talking about with somebody calling the police on a kid is really more like what Superintendent Myers-Small's talking about, as far as getting people to understand that we're a restorative school and that's not the behaviors that we expect out of our teachers. That's I think it's the best I can say at the moment. There's nothing in the union contracts that would contradict what's in this code of conduct. They can't decide to supersede and ignore or put out. They don't even have the teachers don't have the power to suspend anyway. That's held by the principals and ultimately by the superintendent. But I think what you're asking for, if I'm hearing you, is language in the contracts that is buying into what the intent of the code is, which is collaboration, restorative practices, non-punitive, equitable, things like that. And certainly, the negotiating teams can bring those to the table.
And then just lastly, the state has a mandated sexual harassment policy, and that policy, you have to undergo training for that policy every year prior to October 1st. And so, so it brought up when you talked about the whole sexual harassment piece, does all of that align, with the mandated sexual harassment training that everyone has to undergo by October 1st? Does the conduct align with that as well?
Yes. The code of conduct is intentionally broad as far as sexual harassment. Some of these states, if somebody commits sexual harassment, there are 4 potential levels of discipline, and we have mandated training for every employee, including substitute teachers, for sexual harassment. And as you know, that you get your notice, and it's very much like what you would do at maybe one of your other jobs. And several of you bring me what you've done, and we say, okay, that's fine. But so every teacher, staff member, they have to go through it. The part of what the code of conduct also prohibits, though, is student-on-student sexual harassment, which we can educate the kids, but we don't put them through the employee training, obviously. So that's why it's a little bit broad. It just simply says sexual harassment. It doesn't give examples and things like that. That's what the training is meant to delve a little deeper into. But we would be able to, since it's about suspension or disciplines, if a student sexually harassing another student, we do have the opportunity to discipline them for that. But the code does also state that these are the expectations that we have for any person entering our buildings. So a violation of the code of conduct could lead to a member of the public being restricted from coming back into the building, for example. I mean, we do use the code in that way sometimes. So that's why we often do want to leave things a little bit broad, so that we have the power to act in the best interest of the kids, right? So you have a volunteer coming in who's harassing the kids. We want to be able to put them out. You violated the code, you can't come back in the building. That's what we would use it for as well.
All right, thank you. And just kudos to the committee that put this together. A lot of work, but thank you so very much to the community.
Yeah, no, I applaud it as well. Having only come in at the back end, I saw where the snags were, but boy, the level of ground that was laid before I got there is definitely impressive.
Thank you.
Yep. Next is Commissioner Adams.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 questions. One, in reference to the slide you had about academic progress. There was, what I want to know is, like, if a student is doing a specialized class or something, like say a soda student is at Links, and how can we provide academic progress for them when they're, you know, it's, you just can't hit them with anything. And so I would, maybe on the question log, you probably could get that answer to that back to me. And the other thing, the second question was, the last slide you had on there, it had something on there about enhance encounter or something with CPS. Could you go back to that?
Sure. It says provisions around cooperation with CPS have been enhanced. It's simply that we're trying to reinforce that if CPS shows up, that there are obligations to comply with them, that, you know, things, it's the social services law were updated since the last time the code was updated. And we just wanted to bring people's attention to that, that they have an obligation to cooperate, that parents are not to be notified if CPS comes in and says, we need to talk to this kid and we don't want the parent to know. That is required under the law, so that the parent can't try and, we've actually had the parent show up at school and try and get between, you know, the CPS worker and the child. And so we want to remind people of the change in the law. That's all it is. It's, by enhanced, I meant we updated it so that people are aware that there have been changes that allow more access for CPS.
The other thing, Commissioner Adams, is that there's just the reminder that kind of old school thinking is that the CPS call is solely made by like a social worker, a counselor, or a school psychologist. But really, when the law changed, it was around the fact that because you want that the person, as long as they're certificated, that they need to make the report, because you don't want to have the child retelling the events over and over and over again. And so that was a significant change that we have to constantly remind staff that if a child, you know, reveals to you that they've been abused and it's a CPS call, that you need to move forward with that. You certainly would enlist the help. If you're not a school counselor or a school social worker or a school psychologist, you can certainly get the help, but we don't want the child retelling it over and over again. That's an important point.
All right.
Okay. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, thanks. For students that are on either short-term or long-term suspensions, what type of educational resources and tools do we provide for those students to make sure that, you know, they don't lose ground with their classmates when they return to the classroom?
Yeah, I think that's consistent with what Commissioner, it's a broader question around what Commissioner Adams is asking. I'll defer to whoever superintendent would like to, you know, provide some background on that. It's not my forte.
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Clark was asking what type of, basically what alternative instruction is provided when students are on short-term or long-term suspension.
So I'd have to have the chiefs actually respond to that, because I'm not specific with how we handle that. So if Dr. Green or Dr. Caluso or Sheila could answer, or Mel.
Yeah, I realize I'm catching this superintendent rather flat-footed in that she has not had to administer a long.
No, I haven't.
Yet. So I think we just had our first one hit the hearing officer. So just because we've been remote, that's the problem at the moment. She doesn't know. So,
Commissioner Clark, would you be willing to have that go on the question log?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Anything else, Commissioner Clark?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands. Anybody want to jump in?
Are you encouraging it?
I just want to make sure I don't have to come back here again. It's been a long time. Well, Commissioner Pell turned her mic on. I assume she had something to say.
Just say thank you for the feedback and keep it moving.
So what I was going to try to do is reiterate next steps. We haven't a track changes version or a clean copy. So that would be presented to us at our next policy meeting, which is May 4th. Did I get that right, Rahima? And, but in the meantime, there's the public forum and public hearing, which is April 22nd. So if board members feel that they need to get even more clarity about the code of conduct changes, they'll have a chance to listen in on that public hearing. Steve, will it essentially be the same presentation you just gave us? Or
I don't know. We didn't discuss it.
Maybe go ahead, Rahima.
Oh, I'm sorry. The public hearing will be to receive comments. Steve, there's no presentation during that time. Additionally, I want to just say that there's a landing page that communications has been working on that will have all of the information on how parents in the community can sign up to speak at the public hearing on the 22nd, as well as it has a copy of Steve's presentation, the current code, the track change, and the clean copy. I do believe it's live now, and if not, it will be by tomorrow.
That's exactly what I would hope for. That's wonderful. Thank you. So, so we're not being asked to take any action today, but I would really hope that on May 4th, our next policy committee meeting, that we will actually be able to move it out of committee with a vote. We will have had a full month to review all the materials. We'll have another opportunity to hear the public in between now and then. And so that'll be the magic date, I think, for moving this into a final stages. Okay. Any other questions from my colleagues? I don't see any hands. So the last thing on the agenda is, as you recall, I asked for permission to roll policy 2450 and 2460 into our policy 2410. So there's a lot of additions, but I was faithful to the language of existing policy and the 2410 regulation and incorporating that into this. You've had access to the track changes and clean copy. I think that for a month since last policy committee meeting. I don't know if anyone's been holding questions or whether there are any questions, but I would entertain them at this point. If there are no questions, I would, Superintendent.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I just want to clarify in the third paragraph where it says regulations promulgated or amended by the superintendent become of the policy, and the associated policy specifically requires board approval. The board may, however, condition its approval of a new or amended policy on the promulgation of regulations. So is that, I just want to make sure, is that similar? We did something, I think, Steve, with like the having students understand their voting rights and incorporating that into the participation in government, and that the board wanted to see how we were going to actually play that out before the policy, right? So
Correct.
That's what we're talking about. So in some instances or rare instances, that might be important for the board to see how it actually is going to play out in day-to-day or regular functioning, right? Okay.
We're not trying to get into your business, but there are some times when, particularly in the case of a new policy, we don't want to move the policy forward without also seeing what the regulations would look like.
Mm-hmm.
And so come forward as a package.
Got it. Okay. I just wanted to.
Right. But otherwise, we don't want to be in your business. Okay. And the regulations are updated as frequently as you see fit.
Sure.
They don't have to go through policy review to get there.
I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure that was that I was clear on the example. Okay, I'm good.
Yep, that's a perfect example. And it doesn't happen very often. This is the first time I've had to bring a reg forward at the same time, but we don't make wholesale new policies a lot either. And that's kind of what
Right.
I think was
Sure.
the issue there. Yep.
Got it. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Any other? I'm looking at the participation screen. I don't see any hands. And I'm not trying to be rushy or pushy, but I'd love a motion to move this out of committee.
So move.
I have a motion from
Second.
Commissioner Allen and a second for President White. We're on the Brady Bunch screen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Awesome. Any opposed? Perfect. Okay, so with Amy not present, we have a 6-0 vote. Did I hear something?
Commissioner Powell?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I don't know if I'm going to be usurping the president, but I appreciate all the work that the committee has put into these policies. So just wanted to thank you for that. You've done a great job, a yeoman's job with the help of Rahima. And so I just wanted to say that to you. So Mr. President, I don't know if I'm usurping your thunder there, but that was on my heart to say. So I wanted to just share that.
Thank you. Thank you. Next month is going to be a challenge because we are going to be doing not just voting the code of conduct, which should be a quick thumbs up, thumbs down vote, but we're also going to be bringing to you piles and piles of special ed policies that have been reviewed, been vetted by CPAC and by cabinet. And so we'll get you the track versions of those as quickly as we can, but we'd like to move those through committee next month wholesale. So again, a reminder one more time that the next meeting of policy is May 4th and that the public hearing is on April 22nd. I turn the gavel back over to the board president. I assume we have to go into executive session, right?
You are absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Vice President Elliott, no one can usurp the power of any individual to say thank you. So all I will say is ditto to what your remarks about the committee and Commissioner Powell's work. Yeah, the next item on our agenda is executive session for those of you who are watching this board meeting where we go talk confidentially among each other because there is a personnel or a contractual issue. In this particular matter, I think there's some contractual issues or negotiation issues that we have to discuss with our attorney. That actually is not executive session. Anytime anybody speaks to an attorney, that is a privileged, confidential conversation. Are there matters that fall under the umbrella of employee conversations, or is this a contractual thing?
No,
I think there is a matter related to an employee, right?
Matters relating to the
So
employment of an individual. Yep.
Yeah. I need a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing a matter or matters related to a particular employee. I heard it from Vice President Elliott. The second, I hear Commissioner Adams. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
I only heard myself say aye. All right. Any of those opposed? For those of you watching, we are getting ready to go into executive session. I will tell you, based on what I think we're going to talk about, we'll come out of executive session, we'll do our survey, and we're going home, or we'll turn off our TV, so our monitors. So there's no reason for you all to stick around. Our meeting, for all intents and purposes, in terms of public conversation, is over. So on behalf of the Board of Education, if you're going to turn off your computer, on behalf of the board, I would say good night and take the survey and then we're gonna go home or turn off our laptops. Okay, that does it for me. How about everybody else, Kalia? You're muted.
Still waiting. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, I believe we are actually done now.
Hey, Van,
see-
before we leave, can I
Oh,
give you a call?
no, you gotta
No.
be kidding.
Can I give you a call?
Tonight?
Yeah,
Yes, you can.
it only take a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's what we always say. Cindy, I assume that's a motion?
Yes, motion.
Yeah, is there a second motion to get the heck out of here?
Second.
Is that Commissioner Clark? Okay, all those in favor of saying good night, say good night.
Good night.
Hey.
Cynthia, call me right